If the Earth is flat, Pete,
Okay.
then there would be no measurable change in elevation. Q.
Okay.
Elevation is a measured change in the vertical axis, therefore not Q.
Therefore, Earth is not flat. And in maths, you can prove whatever you like. I'm saying it's not physics. That's all that I'm saying.
Yeah, so where does the proof of your flat Earth, where does that come into it?
You measure Earth as flat with a flat baseline to a ground position to start. You can also prove a flat Earth by measuring angles. How useful for proving a flat Earth? It's a measurement of a flat Earth. Okay, measuring things is not scientific. Yes, that's correct.
So what about the proof then, right? Does the proof of flat Earth that you have, does that lie within the bounds of science?
I will get triggered now because this is dishonest prick.
Okay, measuring things is not scientific. Yes, that's correct.
Well, I was just wondering, when you were talking about proof of your flat Earth, is that the same proof as the proof that you were talking about with Jaren in science?
I answered the first two times. I said no. Twice. No.
I will
No.
get triggered now because this is
Measuring
dishonest prick.
things like a flat baseline to a ground position for stars, not scientific. That's a measurement. Science establishes
Should I
the
show you how
cause
it's
of an
possible,
effect. That's the science we deal with. We deal with natural
By
science.
using scientific
And while
method,
the knowledge can be put on the cover of a book as the science
prove the Earth
of
is flat.
ground position, the star, here we specifically deal with natural
Should I show you how
science.
it's possible,
That's
mate?
the scientific method.
by using
There's the
scientific
distinction.
method to prove the Earth is flat.
And I'll agree with you. In maths, you can prove things in the maths. The maths itself is an abstract language. Whereas physics, that's science and the scientific method, is dealing with the physical. It's the difference between science, physics, the physical, and maths, which
Should I
is
show
an
you how it's
abstract
possible,
language
mate?
to describe things. Now, if you're saying you can prove things with maths, 1 + 1 = 2. Ground position. Proof. To start, and you are equal to, you've had 1 plus the other one, I can accept that that's proof. Ground position. Maths. To
Yeah.
start. In physics, it isn't proof.
Should I show
because
you
it
how it's
isn't
possible,
physics.
mate?
Physics is the
By
physical.
using scientific method to prove the Earth
Okay,
is
again,
flat.
I can use the scientific method to prove the Earth is flat. Not the Earth is flat because of scientific method. There's a difference. Shape is not science, but I can use method, the scientific method, to show that it is flat.
Ground position. To start.
Yeah.
Yes, that's correct.
I got your numbers right here.
Yes, that's correct.
It's just as easy as 1, 2, 3.
Sphere, not see
You
thing.
have to open your mind.
Flat, I see thing.
Imagination is all you need.
You do know science is also
Don't
deductible.
take advice from fools.
That is a fact.
Everything that they say is in vain.
This is a flat Earth proof. Yes, that's correct.
Never take advice from fools. We all know what they do is in vain.
Should I show you how it's possible, mate? By using scientific
Yes,
method
that's correct.
to prove the Earth is flat.
An Earth was proved to be flat by these measurements. So we would assert that that average is how average the level of level is. It's flat. There it is. That's how we use it. The deviation from that reference means it isn't flat.
Everything is relative to you.
I will get triggered now because this is dishonest
You
prick.
just have to say
that's
it.
correct.
Generality.
It's a what is.
just
You
like those straight lines of curves.
Means it isn't flat. Yes, that's correct.
Drive down the road, don't you ever.
The elevation changes make the Earth not flat.
Third, then, it's a stupid argument. So this is a flat Earth proof.
All of this goes.
Don't report to FED or no one. I am my own person. I am my own person.
Yes, that's correct.
Everything that they say is in
By using scientific method to prove the Earth is flat.
Never take advice from fools.
To prove the Earth is flat.
That they do is in vain.
Don't report to FED or no one. I am my own person.
What's your observed phenomenon for a flat Earth?
Did I say flat Earth was my observed phenomena, or did I say I can use scientific method to prove it's flat? Ah,
Okay, what's your observed phenomenon? to prove that it's flat?
I see too far. How's that?
I know the game that you're playing,
You want to know, Jason?
and I know exactly what's on your mind.
No, I'm just letting the FED crew know
You
that
got your playbook, it's alright.
their lapdog needs more
Your
training
model dictates what you will find,
because you're an idiot.
and I don't know
Okay, what's your observed phenomena to prove that it's flat?
where all of this goes.
I see too far. How's that?
Don't take advice from fools.
Because you're an idiot.
Everything that they say is in vain.
I'm manipulating my position.
Never take advice from fools. We all know what they do is in vain.
Do I manipulate my position when I manipulate my position? Do I manipulate my position when I manipulate my position?
What does your position have to do with the shape of the Earth?
You have an angle towards this.
You can also prove a flat Earth by measuring angles.
Observe, which is
How
already too
useful
far
for
to
proving a
see.
flat Earth?
Now that is scientific fact. There's no real evidence for it, but it is scientific fact.
The rebuttal is actually a straw man. And that's, why I want to clarify, because I think that's worth pointing out, that the rebuttal was a straw man. Nowhere in the argument is the words level plane even mentioned. Topography is not mentioned. And it's only about the elevation change, which is a measured change on the vertical datum. There is no conflation between baseline and topography in the argument. It's just a simple if-then argument about elevation change. And obviously the Earth is not flat because of elevation change. That's what the argument is about. I mean, we can read it out, the entire if-then, again, if it's needed.
Read me one more time, just so I can hear it again. Sorry, say it one more time.
If the Earth is flat, Pete,
Okay.
then there would be no measurable change in elevation. Q.
Okay.
Elevation is a measured change in the vertical axis, therefore not Q.
Therefore, Earth is not flat.
But the refutation to the argument being that there's some sort of conflation going on between a baseline and topography is just a straw man, because that's not the case for anybody who actually reads the argument. That's my point.
Well, it's not an argument because you're convoluting the baseline from which you will measure, which is your mean sea level. You're convoluting that with the topology you're trying to measure. So it's not an argument. Just you're misusing words.
And me stating the fact that mean sea level is a point on a vertical datum and not a level plane is just a statement of fact. Mean sea level is not a level plane, it's simply a point on a vertical datum. That's all.
Yes, but it's not a level. You don't understand that. What you just said.
Stupid non-argument, you stupid bonehead!
Okay, again, I can use the scientific method to prove the Earth is flat. Not the Earth is flat because of scientific method. There's a difference. Shape is not science, but I can use the scientific method, to show that it is flat.
Why? Why do we have to listen to this incessant verbal diarrhea with the verbatim repetition of it? Bird it!
Just be patient, guys. This happened before.
Well, I was just wondering, when you were talking about proof of your flat Earth, is that the same proof as the proof that you were talking about with Jared in science?
I heard you the first two times. I said no. Twice.
You don't understand.
Earth is not flat.
You don't understand.
Earth is not flat.
Yeah.
Yes, that's correct.
It's not my problem if you don't want to learn. You're just on your own.
Where's the science for a stationary Earth? Okay, way to demonstrate that you don't understand what science is without saying you don't understand what science is. Because science deals with cause and effect relationships. Though natural science, that's the study of the physical and natural world, is what we are dealing with here on Flat Earth Debate. Now that is exclusively the singular, scientific method. That is exclusively illuminating the cause of naturally occurring phenomena. So when you say, what's the science for stationary Earth?
Should I show you how it's possible, mate?
Okay. You're so used to being told that you can prove concrete nouns with science.
By using scientific method to prove the the Earth is flat.
Prove concrete nouns with science, do you expect us to adhere to that non-standard?
Not the Earth is flat.
Earth is not flat.
Don't understand.
Earth is not flat.
Not the Earth is flat.
It's not my problem if you don't want to learn.
Because of scientific method. Shape is not science, but I can use the scientific method to prove the Earth is flat.
You can prove concrete nouns with science, do you expect us to adhere to that non-standard? It's not a cause and effect relationship that you're asking about. So when you say flat Earth,
Should I show you how it's possible,
measuring
mate?
things is not scientific. Yes, that's
By
correct.
using scientific method to prove the Earth is flat.
That's not something happening. That's not an occurrence. That's not a phenomenon. You're not going to get an IVDV relationship.
Do I
out of
manipulate
that.
my position when I manipulate
So
my
it's
position?
absurd to ask us for the science of flat Earth.
You can use method, the scientific method, to show that it is flat.
No, you can ask for the measurements of flat Earth, the geometry of flat Earth. Okay, measuring things is not scientific. Yes, that's correct. The practical application of flat Earth, you can ask for all those things and we can provide them.
You don't understand.
Earth is not flat.
Not the Earth is flat.
You don't understand.
Not the Earth is flat.
Earth is not flat.
It's not my problem if you don't want to learn.
To a ground
Just
position.
on your own.
But asking for the science of a concrete noun demonstrates you don't understand what science is. To a ground position.
No reason,
To start.
no logic,
Ground
no
position.
wisdom,
To start.
no worries.
Elucidating the cause of an effect and the
You're
effect
just on your own.
exclusively natural. Only natural.
Does that lie within the bounds of science?
To question.
Ground position.
You're
Start.
just on your own.
So what about the proof then, right? Does the proof of flat Earth, does that lie within the bounds of science?
Well, it's not an argument because you're convoluting the baseline from which you will measure, which is your mean sea level. You're convoluting that with the topology you're trying to measure. So it's not an argument. Just you're misusing words.
What does that have to do with the shape of the Earth?
Sphere, not see thing. Flat, I see thing. I will get triggered now because he's a dishonest prick. You can use the scientific method to prove it's flat. Flat itself is not a science. You want to know how I can use science to prove it's flat? Have you ever thought of that? How do you do it?
Was that your
Proof.
exit? Are you
What?
going to try and plug your shit on my channel? You
No,
stupid
why
clown?
would I want to do that?
Lost. Lost. If you're telling me you're going, I didn't thank you in return, you noticed.
Yeah. Keep watching Nathan Oakley. And we are live. I'm going to have to get that one sorted. A bit of a better intro than that. Welcome, everyone. It is Free For All Friday. And as usual, well, we've got loads of stuff to go over. I went on my travels last night. Not going live every night of the week gives me a chance to do a bit of stuff. So I don't know what's going to happen in a bit, but yeah, it gives me a chance to go out and talk to people a little bit more. We go out and have chats with people. I'm hoping to get out more, but you know, we're just finishing off in this little tiny hole of a corner of the internet that we've had dug for us.
I like this little hole we got.
Yeah, but I mean, hey, we can talk to other people. Like, we're not confined to this ridiculous false dichotomy position that these guys are in. We've only been here because, like I said to that guy, I'm doing a project about level, and I've been doing it for a fair few years. It's not finished yet, but you know, we're wrapping it up. Ready for my dissertation at the end of the my study. So welcome everyone, and today we're going to be going over a few little things There's a few things, you know, that we were talking about, and a few things that we've been going on about. Wherever people talk about us, that's where we're going to be. And yeah, it seems like they seem to mention us. I don't know if anybody else can do this. Does everybody else get talked about whenever you type anything in the chat, or is it just me? You know, when you're out there watching people and you feel like you want to comment, do you get muted? You know, do you get like
lately my comments just don't show up?
Oh yeah, that's you with the flat Earth debate guys. Have they like blocked you? I know QE's blocked you, hasn't he? Or the mods on QE's channel.
I'm never up early enough.
Yeah,
I'm never up early enough to go on Nathan's show. Maybe one day, try my luck.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm stacking up the blocks and the mutes and the kickouts.
Yeah.
I've got a little scoreboard on the wall. I'm having to start on the second A4 sheet now.
It's becoming quite apparent that everyone within this little arena, they're just triggered. You know, like we're after conversation and they're just after, I don't know, muting you so they can talk about you, make stuff up. We've got a fair bit of stuff to go over. And yeah, if people want to imagine that we're going over this because, you know, somebody's upset or triggered, well, it's not. We're not doing it for that. We're just letting you know, right? This study that I've been on is mainly, it started because I noticed that when you said certain things to certain people, you ended up with a pretty violent reaction for saying certain words, which like came natural to me when I said them. And this reaction was extreme, let's say. And it's never changed. It's always been the same reaction. Now, that reaction initially came from a group of people that we called model afflicted. But it seems like this group of people has expanded a little bit more. This group has grown to encompass the entirety of the Flat Earth Society, that we call it. Hot mic there, Elder Bear.
Sorry.
Yeah, so we're dealing with an entirety of what I call the Flat Earth Society. Now, it's hard to tell. Normally, they might talk about Flat Earth. They might be obsessing over globe. Usually, either side of this false dichotomy, they're always talking about either or. It doesn't really matter. They're both as obsessed with both models as anyone, really. And sometimes it gets hard to tell of which side they're on. They get all mixed up. They're that mixed up. Yeah, Level Buster noticed Nathan quickly got shut of Elder Bear. He did, yeah. We might be able to go over that. Which one do you want to go over first? Like, because we've got three, really. We've got Nathan Oakley talking about me for a long time. We've got the Flatsoid debacle of where they showed the surveying. I mean, I don't know whether to go over that or just clip that to go over that as an episode on its own. Perhaps Model Affliction Monday for that one, because it's just getting ridiculous. People who know nothing about surveying, I'll tell you, they've never done anything. They've never even touched an auto level. They've never put one on top of a tripod. They know nothing about it. You've got people like that want to tell me what surveying is and what they do. And Flatsoid last night was just crazy. But very familiar to a conversation that I had perhaps 2 or 3 years ago with a guy called Ruhif. The similarities between Flatzoid and Ruhif were amazing. Flatzoid won't have noticed it because I think that's where Flatzoid's got his information from, Ruhif. I know that Flatzoid was friendly with Ranty, and Ranty was friendly with Ruhif. So therefore, I'm making the connection since Flatzoid was saying the same things as Ruhif last night within the surveying thing. And we can go back over that at some point. Like I say, we've been around this arena for a long time, and I don't think there's any arguments that we've not heard when it comes to the geometric aspect of what we're talking about. Now, it's very apparent that Nathan Oakley and Flatzoid and most of the Flat Earth debate crew are approximately 4 years behind, but they were 4 years behind 4 years ago when we were talking about this sort of stuff. That I think, I don't know whether they didn't get what we were doing when we were taking on Rumpus and Blue Marble Science and McToon, Jeff, Jesse Kozlowski. Like, they didn't have a clue about anything.
So and those were all Glovers.
Yeah. I mean, we've been talking to Nathan for quite a while. You know, within this the scheme of these things. I've got one. I think we've got one video here. Let's see if we can get this. This is a video I've been saving. That. Just need to expand this. Oh, too big. I think this one might be a bit more Buster music. That's good. You guys. Discord. You okay? You got that? You guys on YouTube, see that, right? Chris Berry's Flat Earth Society. Say hi to the Flat Earth Society guy in the chat. Can you guys get that right? It's 5 minutes, this particular conversation. Possibly a little bit of Buster. Not going to want to come and talk. I can tell you that.
No, I don't doubt it.
They're going to need the geometric horizon, which is they don't have.
Yeah, just saying there is still always an argument from a globe trencher's point of view, and that is the argument that they'll have. I already know. They've already had it. I've already had it with them on other occasions, so I know what their argument will be in terms of juxtaposition in false dichotomy, if you want a nice long title for it.
But I understand what they're going to say. Well, there's standard refraction because that's based on their ore. But
I don't. When Nathan says that, a juxtaposition in false dichotomy, what? Does anybody have a clue what he means by that? No, I thought not. If any of you flat earthers know, obviously there won't be any flat earthers listening, but I'm being serious. Does anybody understand what Nathan Oakley means there? Or is it just something that he says?
Yeah, nothing in the context. I know it at the moment.
Sorry, juxtaposition is putting together two things that are contradictory,
Mm-hmm.
or they have contrast.
in false dichotomy. Do you want to put it back again? Listen to it again.
Their argument will be in terms of juxtaposition in false dichotomy.
Juxtaposition in false dichotomy. You don't know what you don't know what he's talking about, do you?
Yes, false dichotomy is not juxtaposition. It is false juxtaposition.
Well, let's see what he's talking about.
You want a nice long title for it?
But I understand what they're going to say. Well, there's standard refraction because that's based on the law. But where is the geometric horizon in this photograph to give them the standard refraction? It's not there.
You know, we do have a geometric horizon, though. It's horizontal. Right?
Cleary?
Hey, what's up?
Shout out, Cleary.
We do have a horizontal geometric horizon that we see. You know, we don't see a curved sphere edge.
That's true.
But it is geometric. It's optical.
Okay, if you like, you can utilize it in that manner. You're assuming the Earth's a flat plane when you do so.
No.
Yeah, it's parallel planes, you know, with elevation.
The horizon visual thing.
Yeah, horizontal is a geometric term, isn't it?
Absolutely. Yes, but then you're assuming the Euclidean in the first
that's
instance.
just the definition of horizontal. Parallel with the plane of the horizon. Horizontal's perpendicular to vertical. They're both straight lines. I mean, that's geometric.
It is assuming Euclidean geometry.
It's not. Horizontal isn't assuming Euclidean geometry. It's a straight line. Straight lines are straight.
Let's reword
Hold
it.
on, he's right. He's right. Hold on.
Euclidean geometry.
He's right. He's got me. You're right. I'll have to concede there. You're right, Bev. It's not even being pedantic. You're absolutely correct. I don't have to assume anything Euclidean. I'm just so used to the assumptions that are made and having someone play devil's advocate as a fundy. I'm wired that way, but you are right. No, it's just horizontal. Why do I need to assume anything? You're absolutely correct.
Yeah. The way we describe the space that we're in, I'm sorry, Nathan. The way we describe the space that we're in is Euclidean 3 space, right? X, Y, and Z, Cartesian coordinates.
Okay, so Nathan Oakley said we were right. That the horizon is geometric, it's horizontal. And by saying that, you're not assuming Euclidean geometry. You're just stating it's a straight line. Now, Euclidean geometry uses straight lines. But stating that the plane of the horizon is horizontal is not stating Euclidean. It's just using the terms, using the use of the words in order to describe reality. And like Nathan Oakley says, he's got so used to living in this fantasy land where people give him a position that's contrary to that. He's here in this position where he has to admit that the plane of the horizon is geometric.
That's how you survey, that's how you measure elevation, based on a horizontal.
That's great.
It's just a position of even altitude. In reality, it's used by everybody, and everybody understands a horizontal reference, right? And they all understand the vertical. Horizontal and vertical are perpendicular to each other. I mean, that's a geometric fact of reality. Nobody needs to go around that. I don't think anyone is willing to argue that horizontal isn't a straight line either. So,
indeed,
yeah. The distance is a measured horizontal distance from A to B. Now, they had Blackpool Tower along the way there. So they had a vertical distance of the mountain and a vertical height of Blackpool Tower. Now, those two verticals in their drawing, using the trigonometry that they used, were both right angles. They were both right lines, which would have made them parallel to each other. It's the only way triangles work in reality. That's the basis of surveying. I mean, that's what we've been doing all this time. It's just trying to base on, is level horizontal or is there a curve? Loads of people say there's a curve. It appears Ranty now thinks that horizontal baseline has a drop to it. I don't know how that occurred from looking at a picture, but yeah, it's horizontal and the vertical.
Insanity.
What is going on?
Knows willing ignorance. He's just playing around.
Yeah, I think he's
Shut up, Arwin.
trolling them. I think, seriously.
I think he's trolling them.
This is as though he's leading them into this conversation right now. Right? It's as though he's leading them into this conversation. Which conversation? The one that Nathan Oakley's just starting now. Welcome, Nathan. This video is 2 years ago. Welcome. You're catching up. So you might have heard that just recently Nathan Oakley has designed a new statement to tell the unsuspecting flat earthers to say, like good subjects. It's not going to help them at all because there's no answer to a reply how. They get stuck. And because they get stuck with this, these statements, they feel like they have to lash out, push their pain, let's say, onto others to make it look like it's not them that's struggling with it. We can go along with this. I'm used to this. I'm used to people telling me I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm used to making arguments that are rock solid. I'm used to making videos and talking to people, even some of the most awkward people, to try and communicate with the most deluded people I think that I've ever met. I was hoping to try and find some sense. And yeah, we're gonna do a thing. If anybody's out there, I know there's not many people watching. It's Free for All Friday. Nathan Oakley sent all of his little cronies away. I don't know what. Let me just check, see whether how many people have unsubscribed today. Subscriber count. Oh. None. Oh. Nathan Oakley was saying that they were dropping off in droves. Views are up though. Hours watched, they're up. I've not even tried yet. Okay. The link's open if anybody wants to come in. If anybody wants to come in and, defend Nathan Oakley. It's a bit hard, really, because everybody knows that we've been doing the proof for level being horizontal. We know that's got nothing to do with flat Earth or the globe Earth, really. It's just something that happens in reality that we have a proof of. What do you want to do first? Let's have a look.
Should we just call out the cowards that lurk around talking shit everywhere, but yeah, they won't. They haven't got the guts to actually come here.
Yeah, they can't actually
talk about
vocalise it. They can't come onto here because what they've done is, and McToon's doing the same thing at the minute. They're all saying it on Twitter, right? Because we don't just go to Discord. I've been on Twitter for longer than most, let's say. For longer than I've been on Discord. And yeah, they're doing the doxing thing. This is supposedly a doxing cesspit. As McToon is out there putting my name out. So McToon puts my name out on Twitter. And then the people on Twitter say that this place is a doxing place. So nobody wants to come over here. At least that's the excuse they use to not come here. But we all just know that they're just scared to talk.
The genius lack of self-awareness and the fact that they just contradict themselves all of the time. It's just unbelievable to me. That's why I don't really interact with it.
Yeah, this one here is somebody says, can't speak for Toon, but I doubt he wants to intimidate anyone who doesn't make sense. Maybe he just wants to point out that On the Level server and Try Thinking YouTube channel are cesspools of doxing. That's the impression that everybody gives right now. So that's on Twitter, and as you're going to see, we've got Nathan Oakley doing it. We've got Flatsoid doing it on here. So McToon and the Globe guys on Twitter, and YouTube has got Nathan Oakley and Flatsoid and all of those people getting triggered about it as well. It's amazing. But that's what's expected. Remember, these are flat earthers. And these are flat earthers that want to misrepresent things. So, do you want to go, which one? I think this is from today. Have you got that? Can you see that? Yeah. Okay. Sorry if I have to put you through this. This is Nathan Oakley on today's show. He can't stop talking about me. So we'll go over it. A little bit of it anyway.
The same. So I was about to agree with you speculatively, which is to say, I've speculated that there's a... Specifically, I'm going to give you an example. I hate to make him the example, but Bev.
He's making me an example. He hates to do it, but of course he can't stop thinking about me. So he just has to do it.
I've used him as an example to say these people would socially prefer that they didn't disclaim they're flat earthers.
These people would socially prefer that they didn't disclaim they're flat earthers. I'm not a flat earther. Been saying it for fucking years. Don't know how many times I have to say it, to how many people I have to say it. I am not a flat earther. It's not because I'm a coward or anything. It's because the Earth's not fucking flat. Simple as that. These people are flat earthers, right? So they get upset with that. And something's told them, I don't know what, somebody's told them that I'm a flat earther, but I'm not. I don't know who it was. There's a lot of people around this arena that lie. Now, they say that I'm lying, but I'm not lying. I'm not a flat earther. But Nathan Oakley and people like that, they won't believe me. Right? They've got so used to think that I'm a liar that they won't take it when I tell them I'm not a flat earther.
Because they want to ignore elevation changes.
Well, that's up to them. They're flat earthers.
They're lying. Yeah. I get it. Like, if I got in a hot air balloon and I went and I got real high, I could look out and it would look flat. Sort of. Like, if you're on the plains of, like, the middle of the country or something.
Well,
like me, I'm surrounded by
flat
mountains.
is a visual
I'm surrounded by mountains.
surface descriptor.
Yeah, it's not a geometric term. So when we're talking about geometric terms and you guys want to start throwing flat around, well, then you're wrong. And you're the one lying by omission.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No problem. And that's Rob Keane. That's Rob Keane, the flat earther. Thanks, Rob. Right, so Nathan Oakley. I'm not ashamed to be a flat earther. I'm just not a flat earther. And I'm not ashamed for Rob or anybody that is a flat earther either. I don't particularly care. doesn't really bother me what you call yourself. Whenever you start lying about me, that's when I get involved.
So in being a not flat earther, as it's now been coined.
There you go. Do you hear that? I don't know who's coined this, but are you ready for this? Nathan Oakley has coined a new term for us.
Example, but Bev, I've used him as an example to say these people would socially prefer that they didn't disclaim they're flat earthers. So in being a not flat earther, as it's now been coined.
Not flat earther. Like, can you imagine you have to label yourself a not something? I mean, is he okay? Does he understand?
He's jumping on the bandwagon of the times, right? Everybody is obsessed with labels and labeling themselves and other people. It just seems to be an epidemic of it. I try not to label people.
Yeah, well, why would you have to label yourself a not something? Like, who's coined
because it's all
this
a big
fucking
game.
ridiculous bullshit?
It's the same as the anti-flat earther, right? They're doing the same as the left, the woke kind of anything. If you've got any questions about anything, they'll label you anti whatever. So anti-immigration, anti-black, all of those things just for asking questions. Same thing with the flat earth.
Well, he
If
tried
you're
to call
asking
us
questions-
anti-flat earthers, didn't he?
Is easier
You're
socially.
anti-flat
Now,
earthers.
at the time
Yeah.
Sorry, go on.
No, it's all right.
No,
Carry
I
on.
clicked the thing, moved my hand and it clicked the mouse. Sorry.
You're cutting me off.
Yeah, no, they used to call us anti-flat earthers. I think that term was made for people like us because, you know, we weren't globers as they called it, but we weren't flat earthers either. So they had to have something.
What they've done is they've coined that term for people that have come in, seen the shit that goes on, come to the realization that the whole thing is ridiculous, and then they're called anti-flat earthers to just dismiss what they have to say, even though they might have hung around for years. They might have been a part of Nathan Oakley, they might have been a part of that at one point, but now, because they asked questions or they disagreed with the flat earth narrative, now you're anti-flat earth.
Well, now we've just, like Nathan Oakley's literally made a new label for you guys. So you might be able to get out of the anti-flat earther thing and just get in the not flat category, which is handy because I think there's
Why does there need
loads
to
of them.
be? Why does there need to be a category like that? There's already. I'm not a flat earther, right?
Yeah,
so
I'm not a lady.
I
right?
don't
Do I have to
use
tell
the flat
everyone
earth
that?
label.
I am not a camel.
Yep. Yeah, but it's ridiculous, right? Having to don't talk of the not that. So Nathan's now designed a fucking label specifically for the not that. That doesn't tell you what's going on. There's something fucking weird going on round here. So Nathan's designed a new group of people called Not Flat, as it's been coined. Do it back again. As it's been coined. I don't know who's coined it. I would say Nathan Oakley's coined it, or one of his FED guys in the pre-show. Because they talk about us before the show as well.
To say these people would socially prefer that they didn't disclaim they're flat earthers. So in being a not flat earther, as it's now been coined, is easier socially. Now, at the time I speculate...
It's easier socially to be a not flat earther. No, because if you have to go round telling everybody you're not a flat earther, they'll get suspicious. Because you're still mentioning fucking flat earthers. I don't know why you should have to do that. Just be somebody living in reality, not be bothered about that. We're in an arena where these people are obsessed, right? Now, in Nathan Oakley's obsession of flat earth, he's got me there in it with him. Nathan Oakley has. He uses me as an example of a not flat earther in this particular description.
That I didn't necessarily get a great deal of agreement, but that was just my view on it. What could be the reason behind wanting to deny flat Earth while simultaneously going to the process of showing?
Right, so what could be the process of denying it whilst, and now he says it here, this is the crux of the thing.
All horizontals are parallel.
All horizontals are parallel. Yeah, we've got an argument. It's called the argument, Nathan, that states all horizontals are parallel. But differential leveling uses those parallel horizontals to measure elevation changes, which makes the Earth not flat. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, they don't. Can I just add one more thing? Yeah, they don't call them parallel flats, even though horizontal is two-dimensional flat.
It doesn't make the fact that there's a horizontal and the fact that horizontals are parallel, it doesn't make the Earth flat. Nathan Oakley, there's people out there in reality, right, that will know that horizontals are parallel, but they won't be flat earthers. It's mental.
Well, what use is that unless you're referencing an Earth that's flat, which we are, and that's how it's practically applied. But you literally say that and then declare very much as a strong point of contention that means it's not flat.
Does it means it's not flat? You measure elevation changes, Nathan. It's in the argument. Not flat. Measure elevation changes in the vertical means it's not on the same horizontal. It's changing. Most people can see that. Flat earthers seem to have a problem with it.
Because that's the position they take. So you go, well, what could be the justification for that? And the only thing I could come up with was it's easier socially to say, oh, no, I'm not a flat earther. I share your ridicule.
What? Not a flat earther. I share your ridicule. What does that mean?
Why he is bringing this social thing here? Because for me it is just non sequitur. Why?
I think
It's not a,
they think that they're being brave, and us saying that it's not flat is us being cowardly. Not like it's just as seriously. It's a fact that it's not flat.
But we are not conforming to vast majority opinion about this topic or whatever. So it's not easy socially to do that. So for me, it is just nonsense what he said. Because in that case, we don't belong to either side.
Well, we don't. It's a false dichotomy, right? That's the point that we're proving here.
But this is socially difficult situation, not easy. So I cannot see point with his statement because it doesn't follow.
Nathan has to make himself the victim and nobody else. There's everybody that's doing that. It's 2024. Victim mentality and victim culture is what's driving a lot of this stuff now socially. So if you can make yourself the victim, you normally stand at a slightly better chance. The fact that it makes you look weak doesn't really help. But you can also always imagine that other people are the ones that are it's always the others that are doing that.
That's easier socially. You're now agreeing with me. Prior to this, nobody backed me on that point, but there we go. Now you're suggesting that is the case, with a speculation of how Buzz might affect the world if he disclaimed his lies.
Well, let's just take the example of the surveyor.
Right, so we're going to go over to the surveyor thing from last night now, because Brian's obviously didn't get much chance to talk about it. Brian's, I think he's the flat earth debate expert. I don't know. I've never actually seen whether Brian's actually set up any of these tools and what he knows, or whether it's just like family related. Somebody was related to somebody who did surveying somewhere and he got told stories about it. I don't know. I've never had a chance to talk to Brian, but this is Brian's take on what happened last night with Flatsoid and the flat surveyor.
Just
Just very
let
quickly,
Brian
sorry.
finish, then George. Yeah, go ahead, Brian.
I know George has something to say. Let's just take the example of the surveyor video from Bev. I personally, I don't know, I haven't talked to him about it, but I personally think, from what I could gather, as
Yeah, Brian, you should come in and talk to us about it, rather than just talking shit with Nathan Oakley. Come and talk to us. Anytime, Brian. You could have done that anytime about any of this stuff. Seriously.
that he felt a bit ashamed that his video that was purely based off of whether horizontal was level, and instead of saying level when he said it's not curved, and instead of the surveyor saying it's horizontal, he said it's flat, right? Now, I think that he's pre-assuming that maybe that surveyor would not like the fact that Bev's video ended up becoming a video where a surveyor...
Got nothing to do with the surveyor. The fact is that...
Yeah.
It's,
How about, hang on, Bev. How many times did he just use the word it in that little diatribe?
He was carefully using his words. You can hear it. He was pausing after every word. He had to... Remember, he's talking to Nathan Oakley about a very touchy subject, and Brian knows what it's like whenever you're in there talking to Nathan. It can turn west at any time at the slightest wrong word. So Brian's carefully choosing his words.
He's very careful. And by the way, in this video with this surveyor, he said it is flat. So it refers to level, of course.
Yeah.
This is just simple grammar.
Yeah, not it as in the earth.
No, the earth was not mentioned once.
In that conversation.
Yes, in that conversation with surveyor, earth was not present. This word was not present at all. The last word before he used the word it was level. So it was about level. It is flat means level is flat. This is simple.
Yep. Not measured, not anything. But what Brian's saying there, he's saying, he's sort of getting it right, but it's in a video titled How to Talk to Surveyors 101. And the whole point of it was to how you were going to communicate with surveyors and what these guys are doing. And this is the point, right? And Brian's half right that this guy did say flat, but I prompted him to say that because I was asking him whether there was any curvature to level, because that's all I was dealing with, as you heard in that earlier video about the horizon. I told Nathan Oakley, everybody knows what we've been doing. We have the proof that level is a straight line on a horizontal plane. In reality, that's troubling for some people. You notice we are in a Discord server. We don't really try and bother everybody with it. We don't pressure with it. We don't force it in people's faces. We say we have a proof that level is a straight line on a horizontal plane. We have a proof that a straight line lies within a plane. And we use water levels to do that. Now, that proof, anybody can come in and we'll walk you through it. But it's not something that we want to go out thrusting in people's faces, because it's not to be used like that. This is a proof that you gain. And you gain from having the proof. You're never going to get it if I start smacking you around the face with it, laughing at you, calling you stupid or anything. That doesn't work like that. That's not how mathematics works. This is a process that, you know, you're best off being at ease with it. Otherwise, it's not going to work. You need time to process the information. It doesn't happen in conversations like this when you've got anger and rage and, you know, angst and animosity and all of that going. It just doesn't work. That's what Nathan's missing in all of this. Now, the idea of the video is to talk to people so we can communicate better. What Nathan Oakley's doing is literally putting words in this surveyor's mouth that he never said. So what is Nathan teaching to the people that he meets? The people that watch him? And what are they going to be saying when they go to talk to surveyors? Because I'm going to be telling surveyors pretty soon to not say, if anybody comes up to you and says, is level horizontal? I'll be telling them to shut up, walk away, plead the fifth, just clam up. Because if they are being recorded, then Nathan Oakley will publicly humiliate them by calling them flat earthers. And they'll stand a chance of losing their jobs, being Brian Mulland. Got to be careful about these sort of things. Horizontal, being horizontal, does not mean the Earth's flat. That's fucking ridiculous. Yeah, Mike. A flat's always crazy. 150 miles. So flat then, Bev. So it's flat then. Like it's mental. Mental.
Particular guy said it's flat. But he doesn't know that if he asked the surveyor whether he thinks the earth is flat, the surveyor...
It's nothing to do whether I ask the surveyor whether he thinks the earth's flat. I wasn't getting into that, and I don't particularly mind whether he is or he isn't. All I'm stating is, in the conversation I had, it wasn't about whether the earth was flat or not. He just said, yeah, it's flat because it's not curved, level that is. And any surveyor will tell you that. They'll say, yes, level is horizontal. Ask him if the earth's flat. They'll probably say, no, it's not flat. I measure elevation changes. There's no possible way it could be flat. But you're going to have to do that yourself. You get out there with your flat earthers and you go out, but, you know, leave the surveyors alone. They're just doing their job. I mean, look at what they're doing to it. It's a 2-year-old video. The actual conversation I had was 4 years ago. And the surveyor that I was talking to was the initial surveyor that was plotting all of the points for a new estate. The estate's nearly built now. That's how long ago it was when this guy was doing this job. Ages ago. Years. Nathan Oakley, somebody's found a surveyor saying flat. And like the flat earthers they are, they've got all excited because it's their favourite word. A surveyor said it. A surveyor said our word. Madness.
Yes, but he was not talking about Earth. He didn't say flat Earth. He said level. Not Earth.
And that's what I'm upset about, right? Because I made this video. I recorded it. I was the one that talked to the surveyor. I was the one that prompted him to say, yeah, it's flat. I mean, he could have used a different word. Yeah, it's horizontal. Like Brian says. I mean, would we be here right now Would Nathan Oakley be making such a fuss out of this?
He could say horizontal because it is the same as level, so it's no problem. He could say horizontal.
Yeah, that's what I mean. But would we be here?
No. And let me address what Paper says. So Paper's right? Obviously, the guy was referring to level. But in the minds of religious fanatics like these guys are, the Nathan Oakley types, right? That doesn't matter. That's like being in a discussion or a debate with an atheist, and the atheist saying, "Oh my God," and you just go, "Hey, he just said God.
Yeah,
He just
you
said
have a
God.
You have a God."
Yeah, I mean, that's what this is. That's what this is. No one knows. Obviously, Bev didn't know the guy. So there's also this idea that you have a professional surveyor talking to a civilian, someone who he doesn't know Bev has a certificate for land surveying and knows the terms and knows all vertical, horizontal, auto levels. He didn't know that Bev knew that. What better way to convey than colloquially? No, it doesn't curve at all. It's flat. But hey, they heard, oh my God, and they said, hey, you said God, God. Therefore, you're not an atheist anymore. That's what this amounts to. It's nonsense.
Yeah, so that's why I'm upset about this. Not say upset. That's why this has become an issue, right? I think the only reason Michael Kahn copied this particular bit that we're talking about now with the clip with the surveyor is because that surveyor said flat. That's it. If that surveyor hadn't have said flat and he would have chose horizontal, we wouldn't be here having this discussion right now. And it's such a big deal for them because I think I'm the only one that's been and talked to a surveyor. And this is the only video they've got of a surveyor saying flat. Because of the words I used to prompt this guy to say that. So, whereas they say, they don't know whether the surveyor's a flat earther or not. It doesn't matter. What the point is that these guys are now making this a big deal. Because Nathan Oakley, I don't know whether you've noticed, he's going round saying some stupid shit that the Earth's measured flat. And I can guarantee you, if this doesn't get nipped in the butt, this guy will get the credit for measuring the Earth flat. This guy. Because he used flat in a conversation. And that's just dishonest. Typical for flat earthers, but if it happens anymore, these people could lose the job. They'll get Brian Mullins. I mean, I know the people like George Nutsack and, Mick Toons is still around. I mean, these guys will phone the employers up.
Yes, and by the way, there is something called lying by omission. But there is also something lying by addition. So this is a thing that Nathan Oakley is adding to that flat. In this conversation, he meant only level. And it is clear from conversation because Earth was not present. But Nathan Oakley and others are inducing Earth into conversation. For me, it is just a lie. They are lying about what this surveyor said. So that would be lying by addition.
Yeah. Notice Rachel in the chat. I don't know what happened yesterday, Rachel, but everybody was talking about you, but I don't think anybody could see you. I can see you today. Even Fight the Flat Earth said last night in the nomination thing that he didn't see you in the chat. But when I was watching the video earlier, your name was showing up. So I don't know what's going on with your your name, Rachie. There is something strange going on because nobody could see you yesterday, and now it's turned back up again. Very strange. And yes, Nathan Oakley obviously dishonest. I was going to say about McToon's thing. If Nathan Oakley needs a nomination for top left, I suppose I could do him a favour and give him a bit of publicity. And we could just, you know, the Earth is not flat video at the beginning. We could put that in as a video for McToon. What do you think, Rachel? Do you think it'll go? If we put a Buster song with Nathan Oakley saying that he's got no proof. I don't know. We'll see. See what McToon says after today. See whether he wants us to be involved with it.
I might go, yeah, I'm a flat earther. He doesn't know whether he'd say that or not. He's pre-assuming, from what I could gather, that this surveyor is definitely not a flat earther.
Oh, come on, Brian.
No.
The surveyor measures elevation. He's not going to be a flat earther. It's ridiculous.
Yes, this is ridiculous because Brian is now assuming what you think about the surveyor. What the heck that means?
Well, the way it goes, right? Brian, Nathan Oakley say that let's say this surveyor, they call this surveyor the flat earth surveyor, right? Well, McToon and his friends will go, what, they've got a flat earth surveyor? Well, we'll see about that. And then they'll go and find this surveyor. And they'll go and ask him, make sure he is a flat earther. Go and find his boss and say, hey, you know, this surveyor, is he a flat earther? And that's what'll happen. Before long, it won't be long before Nathan Oakley's getting surveyors sacked. If he carries this on. Because every surveyor will agree that level is horizontal. And if horizontal turns into the new flat, like Nathan Oakley wants it to be, establishing for measuring angles, if Nathan Oakley gets his way, then any surveyor mentioning horizontal will become a flat earth surveyor because he's mad. And then what'll happen? They won't agree to being flat earthers. It just won't happen. But try your best. I'm gonna. It'll be people like me are the only people that can end up entertaining a conversation with surveyors because we can talk about reality.
I won't want anything to do with the subject. I would not want to have any connection to the subject. And yeah. I think he feels like he would be responsible if the surveyor was connected to the subject, and he would feel a bit embarrassed because it was his.
I wouldn't feel embarrassed, but you know, I would feel guilty if a conversation that I had was taken out of context by a fanatical group of flat earthers, and they ended up wrongly labeling the surveyor or the person that I was talking to a flat earther. For whatever purpose, I don't know. Maybe they need to increase their group of members, or, you know, maybe it's a good selling point to get people that haven't got a clue that they're flat earthers. Like, because even they've been doing it to me. I say I'm not a flat earther. Nathan Oakley says I'm ashamed to call myself a flat earther. Well, what if Nathan Oakley does that with surveyors? He could do that with anyone, couldn't he? Are you a flat earther? No. You're just ashamed to be a flat earther. Don't worry, mate. I'll tell everybody you're a flat earther for you. Because that's what Nathan Oakley does. Not only Nathan Oakley. There's a lot of people that'll do that. A lot of fanatical people with a lot of hatred as well within them.
Well, shoot, what Nathan could do there is just anyone that he talks to. You just, did you ever put up a bookshelf? Anything like that? Hang a picture. You're a flat earther.
Yeah.
Well, sure, why not?
Really bad arguments will lead to these sort of situations.
Video that connected him, even though he wasn't trying to connect him directly to the subject.
Yes.
That's my feeling on it. And that's why I think he prays so hard against it. He's pre-assuming the guy is not a flat earther, and he's pre-assuming...
I'm not pre-assuming the guy's not a flat earther. There was no context of flat earth in the conversation. So there's no need for me to assume or not assume anything about things that weren't in the conversation to start off with. Only flat earthers are doing that because the guy used a word.
The guy would maybe get in trouble, and that maybe Bev would be responsible for that trouble. You know, whereas the guy might just totally go, yeah, I'm a flat earther. Absolutely. It's flat.
Sure, but the actual series
You know
of
what I mean?
events
You don't know.
You're not going to find that surveyor, right? If you now lead to anybody finding that surveyor, then that's fucking bad. That's the reason I'm not going to put any more recordings of any conversations with surveyors that I have. You just won't. I won't do it. I'm not going to risk their jobs for these fanatics around this arena. It's not worth it. They're people who live lives and have jobs, professions.
Don't forget they've welcomed Nathan Thompson back with open arms. And for anyone out there who doesn't know, that's a very fanatical guy who went shouting at children in a playground about flat earth. You know, that's the kind of people that Nathan seems to think should be given a voice and a platform.
And the content theft, which is going to be another one, right? We're going to deal with that at some point. I don't know when, but yeah, that's just about as bad as it could be. Rachel, you might be the only chance we have of talking with anyone, because these guys, I'm telling you, they're bad. And I need to have a word with content creators, because what these guys are doing here, particularly around this video about this surveyor, it's bad. It's bad what they're saying for content creators. Come on, have a chat sometime.
It's been republished by Michael Kahn, unedited.
Look, listen to this now. It's been republished by Michael Kahn, unedited. Right? What that means is he uploaded it, copied it from my channel, and uploaded it to his own channel as though it's his own content. That's what's happened by Michael Kahn. Now, why did he do that? Well, because a surveyor said flat. That's why he's done it. But he stole my content. He just literally uploaded it to his own channel. Didn't edit it or anything. Nathan's going to tell him now. Listen.
And then Bev has copyright striked him.
For stealing the content, yes.
Because he doesn't want it out there.
It's not because I don't want it out there. It's on my channel. The video's still there. You can watch it. It's already out there. Lie, Nathan Oakley.
When, as I witnessed yesterday on Flatsoy's channel, shout out to you, Bev challenged Michael, who joined the show, to confront him over this copyright strike, which he is just...
No, Michael came in after I was talking to Flatsoid about the surveyor and the clip. Then Michael decided to come in. There was nothing to do with the content theft or anything. It was just going on about the actual video and about the surveyor. Sad.
If I had to do, I might add Bev, that is. He confronted him on the basis that you're not doing this because you're worried about the 25 cents. You're doing...
There's no money involved. I do not monetize any of my videos on my channel. Nathan Oakley, I don't have ads running all over the place. I hope you guys don't get ads. I wouldn't know. I get YouTube Premium, so I don't know. Are there ads? Do you guys get ads?
No, there's no ads on your stuff.
No. Well, there you go. I don't put adverts on my channel, Nathan. So stop trying to make it out like everybody's a scamming get like you.
Yes,
Some
and
of us aren't
he's-
bothered about it, Nathan.
He's trying to turn this case into some money issue. It is not about money, because it's like someone is stealing from your house just an item.
No.
That it's worth
No.
only for you.
No, I know it looks that way, but if you play the rest of this in context, that is not what Nathan's saying. Now, Nathan has said that, about the 25 pence or whatever, but that's not what he's intimating. Keep going, Bev. You'll see what he's intimating in a moment. It's not the money.
Doing it because you don't like what the guy said. Now,
That's
Bev's
it.
response-
Yeah.
So Nathan is saying it's not about Michael Kahn. It's not about the 25 pence, so he puts it, right, that Bev would have lost, which Bev didn't because he doesn't have his content monetized. Nathan is intimating that Bev didn't want Michael Kahn to steal his content and put it out as his own because the guy said flat. That's what Nathan Oakley is intimating. And
But
that's
they
not
think-
true
yeah.
either. Right? Because
Yeah,
the
'cause
easy thing to
Kevin-
do would be to, hang on a second, Rob. The easy thing to do would be to ask Bev, hey, Bev, any other of your content, if someone grabbed however many minutes or seconds it was and just posted it to their account as if it was theirs, doesn't matter what the content is at all. Would you have copyright struck them? And of course, any YouTuber would copyright strike someone who takes their content without making commentary, which then would be fair use, and just posting it as if it's their own. Any YouTuber would do that, monetized or not. It's their content. Is Nathan saying that he would never do that? Somebody could just steal Nathan's content, post it, and call it their own, and potentially monetize it, depending. Nathan would be fine with that, I guess, from what he's saying here.
Yeah, that's the point, that what these guys are about to start doing now. They're trying to justify people just stealing other people's content and uploading it to their own channel. Like Nathan and Michael Kahn didn't do a little bit of work for anything in that video. He just literally stole it from my channel, unedited it, just left the whole clip and uploaded it to his own channel. That's it. Right? That deserves a copyright strike. Don't care who you are. You don't do that. There's Buster music on it. It was edited. I had the conversation, edited into a video, edited that video into another series of videos, put a Buster soundtrack over the top of it. That's copyright fucking material. Now, Michael Kahn has took it and uploaded it to, I don't know, Rumble, Odyssey, Facebook. I don't know where he's uploaded it to. Right? How many times he's put it out there as his own content. The only thing I could do was to copyright strike
He
him
says
on
he
YouTube.
will keep doing it over and over
I
again.
know. Yeah, that's on Flatzoids, right? So Flatzoid, Nathan, and Michael Kahn are all sort of allowing for copyright infringements of my content. I mean, I don't know whether it's just my content or they're going to say they can do it to anyone. They don't really care.
Well, they'd have to, right? Of course they could do it to anyone. They're proponents of it.
That's the point, right? We're on YouTube, right? These are YouTube content creators that are actively saying they will have copyright infringements. They will do it. They're advocating for it because the surveyor said flat. That's what we're talking about here. That's how bad this is.
Yeah, and that's where they want people to focus on is that word flat.
Yeah.
I said flat, and the Bev wants to hide this, because he's embarrassed about it. And now Brian coming out with this idea that possibly the surveyor was a flat earther.
Yeah.
Bev didn't
No, forget all that.
discover
He
he was
said
a flat
it's
earther.
flat.
Yeah,
The
but he's
problem
now
is that
changed.
it.
He's doubled down on that now by even intimating that the surveyor could have been a
That's it.
flat earther, and Bev would
When
have
you
been even
say
more.
it, what the F are you talking about? Are you talking about the Earth? Or are you talking about level? What are you talking about? Because if you're talking about the level, that's not the Earth.
Yeah, but you're right, Rob, of course. But in this case, it doesn't really matter. They heard the word flat. That's the important thing to them. They went mental because a guy said flat.
Yeah, it's just a way of projecting it back onto
Yeah,
as
from-
if Bev is embarrassed.
From
But they
clip,
want to
it is
claim it.
clear. Sorry that I interrupted.
Yeah.
From clip, it is clear that he is talking about level. So his description of level is flat. That's it. Nothing more. And they turned it into measuring flat Earth or whatever. But the surveyor said
And they're
only-
trying to use that to justify a theft of content rather than just linking it. Right? They could have just linked it to the clip of the video on my channel and said, "Yeah, look, here's where it is. It's time-stamped. Go and listen to it." No, he's clipped it. Took it as his own. Because the surveyor says it's flat. It's disgusting. But, these are flat earth content creators. Does anybody care? Or is it just me? Am I the only one that cares about a copyright strike given to somebody? Now Nathan Oakley's trying to justify it. Saying it's about something else, which it isn't. It's just about him robbing my content. I can't do anything about it on all of the other platforms that he's put it on. I can do that on YouTube because YouTube can check the copyright. It was uploaded to YouTube. They can check the copyright. They can see if it's the same and it matches. If it matches, the copyright strike goes through. It's as simple as that.
Yes, for me, it is obvious that this is morally illicit, what he did. And so it has moral qualification. And it is just dishonesty, this Michael Kahn. Just dishonest guy. And they are approving that. It's okay.
Yeah.
For me, it is not okay. And I'm not talking about YouTube policies or whatever. It is in agreement between this guy who is creating content and YouTube. It doesn't matter. As it stands, let's say socially, it is just illicit and dishonest to do that, whatever it would be. So just it. Not because it is YouTube, especially YouTube content. Everything you would take away in that manner, that would be classified as dishonest or theft or whatever. So it really doesn't matter if it is YouTube or not YouTube. It's just dishonest behavior. So maybe Michael Kahn has different standards of morality. I don't know.
Yeah, they've justified it to themselves. Him, Flatsoid,
Yeah.
and Nathan Oakley. They've all allowed it. I mean, it works better for Nathan Oakley because Nathan Oakley's got this statement that the Earth's measured flat, and now Michael Kahn's robbed some content of where a surveyor says flat. So Michael Kahn is the guy that's going to take this content for Nathan Oakley. Nathan Oakley's going to elevate this content of this guy who says flat, and he's going to say that surveyors say it's measured flat. I know it. I can see it coming. Well, that's honest. That's dishonest. Surveyors don't say that. They say level is a straight line on a horizontal plane. And some may call that flat. But this is, flat earthers.
Say that Michael was misrepresenting what the surveyor said, but simultaneously claiming a righteous victory because of his justification in copyright striking.
Justification. Listen to the words Nathan Oakley uses.
Presenting what the surveyor said, but simultaneously claiming a righteous victory because of his justification in copyright striking Michael because it was unedited. So we've come to the fruition of that particular saga, which is to say that Bev's position is Michael misrepresented him. That's directly what he put to Michael.
Michael's misrepresenting the surveyor by being a flat earther and getting the surveyor to say that flat. He measured it flat. We didn't.
Now, misrepresenting him is what is Bev's gripe. That's what
It's not my gripe. I copyright struck him because he stole my content. He stole my content because a surveyor says flat.
Yes, and by the way, fair use now they are that means flat earthers like Michael Kahn and Nathan Oakley are misusing this clip. So that would be violation of fair use for me, at least.
Yeah,
because it is completely unfair. Besides that, this content was stolen and then misused, and they are misusing it still. It's still ongoing. So I would say that there are two issues here: stealing content and misusing. So, but you stroke him for just content theft.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah.
He's told him, well, what does actually get misrepresented? Well, the position that the surveyor took. It's a misrepresentation as far as Bev is concerned because it doesn't comport with his position of not flat when the guy explicitly states it's just flat.
No, see, that's wrong. I say that level is a straight line on a horizontal plane. And I can prove that, right?
No,
so that is my position.
Yes, I agree with you, Bev, but it is very important, it's flat part. It's not that he said the word flat. It's the fact that he said it's flat. And everybody wants to think he's talking about the fucking earth.
Well, it's not. In context, you can hear it. It's not
I know.
talking about that.
But they're all thinking he's talking about the earth.
No. The only
100%,
reason
100%,
he's got this content is because the surveyor says flat. Not because he says it's flat. It's because a surveyor says flat.
No, I disagree.
He could have said it's horizontal.
What is horizontal?
Well,
level. He was talking.
But they're all misrepresenting it by thinking it's the earth. I'm guaranteeing you 100% they're all thinking
yes, because
the
Nathan
surveyor
Oakley
is talking about the earth.
Yeah, they're getting him to think that, right? You think that because that's the way you're thinking in this arena. That's what we're trying to do is get out of it.
I'm not thinking that way because it is simple grammar. In previous sentence, it was they were talking, Bev and the surveyor were talking about level, and Bev said that it is not curving, means it means level, not curving, and then surveyor is responding, it is flat, level, flat. So the word "it" means level in this conversation. You cannot.
That's why Kevin says stop using the word "it" because they will think the other way.
But you are using word "it" instead of noun because, for example, in next sentence you don't need to use that. It's a normal thing. You are not using noun in every sentence because it is stylistically wrong. So he said instead of level, he said it is flat. So it is normal thing. And interpreting in other way, for me, it is or dishonest or just they are playing fools. Because I cannot see how can you interpret this in other way. I would say, or I can ask question, what this word "it" means in this conversation. I am not trying to appeal to consensus or whatever, but for me it is obvious that this word "it" means only level, only.
I would agree. Can we get on with this a little bit?
So it's a misrepresentation of Bev's whole ethos. But when it comes to...
See, it's not a misrepresentation of my whole ethos. Like I say, I've got proof that level is horizontal. So level being a straight line on a horizontal plane, i.e. flat, as this guy calls it, is exactly what we've been talking about. We've been proving that level is a straight line on a horizontal plane. That was the whole purpose for me having this discussion with this guy. But it doesn't mean that the Earth's flat, flat earthers. Just because level is a straight line on a horizontal plane, it doesn't make the Earth flat. And it definitely doesn't prove anything. And if you can't prove that level's horizontal, then this also means nothing. That's what Nathan Oakley doesn't seem to realise. He's got no proof to back his words. They mean nothing. And he's going to try and use the words of a surveyor that were put there in the surveyor's mouth because I said something to him.
Down to Bev having it republished by someone else, unedited, you can't challenge it based on its misrepresentation, other than its misrepresentation of Bev's ethos, which is what the surveyor's words did. But he tried to have his cake and eat it by saying, you misrepresented what the surveyor said when you published it unedited.
No, I copyright struck him because he stole my content. Doesn't matter what the surveyor said, right? I copyright struck him because he did that. The reason he stole the content was because the surveyor said flat.
So he can't have it both ways. Simple. And he's been caught out in that.
Don't need to have it both ways. I copyright struck him because he was a content theft. He stole my content and uploaded it as his own. That's obviously not allowed.
Lie. And Flatsoid did a very good job of addressing that fact.
Flatsoid did
a shit job. I listened to that. I know George has something to say, but I listened to that last night as it was going on. But my point being is that I think Bev thinks to say that the Earth is flat is a stupid thing to say.
That's true.
And I think he would think that the surveyor would back him on this. And that
the surveyor would probably say that the Earth's not flat, yes.
That the surveyor could not be a flat Earth or would not identify it.
Just before you do finish, do you think Bev would agree with his enjoyment of roast beef? Are they both in alignment on that? Did Bev divine his motivation and thoughts about how much?
Brian.
Yeah.
He said, "Let me finish." No, Nathan cannot.
Yeah, talking about roast beef. Right, I don't care. I wasn't interested in having a conversation with the guy about flat Earth because I know that the Earth's not flat. I don't need to ask the surveyor whether he thinks it's flat or not. The surveyor is the same as me. He measures elevation changes. I don't know how he could possibly misrepresent that as being flat. It seems beyond all reasoning. I don't know why anybody would do that.
She enjoys roast beef. I wonder if we could ask Bev about how much he enjoys roast beef as well.
I reckon he's pre-assuming that the guy would have a problem with it, or that the guy is definitely not I think he's pre-assuming that guy wouldn't be a flat earther.
Would we pre-assume that he would hate horseradish? I mean, we would pre-assume that, wouldn't we, as we're divining the guy's thoughts?
Nathan Oakley's having roast beef for dinner or something. Roast beef and horseradish. Friday dinner. That's good. Or that's what he's dreaming about, maybe. Don't know.
His motivations, feelings, and concerns on a subject matter that he hasn't been asked about and has given a very much direct response that's quotable. We could spend a long time concerning ourselves, like Bev has done, about what his feelings and motivations were when he said...
No, I didn't do any of that. I just copyright struck him for stealing my content. The point is, again, I'll have to say it again. The video is called How to Talk to Surveyors. And the secret to it is, don't fucking talk about flat earth or globe earth. Because it'll turn into a really weird conversation. Just talk about reality. You should just talk to surveyors as though they're real people living in reality and ask them what they do. Don't bother about flat earth or globe earth. Leave the false dichotomy out of it. That's my point. Don't go round stealing people's content just because the word is said.
Said the words that contradict his ethos, because they're currently, according to Bev, the words he used are a misrepresentation. That's what Bev has put to Michael. Now they're not, they're just his words.
Yeah, okay, but I understand that, and I see that point of view. I'm just saying that I think that he might be pre-assuming that guy would not just go, like, because the guy didn't say the earth is flat. He just said, yeah, level, yeah, it's flat, right? But he might be pre-assuming that guy is just...
See, Brian's got it right there. He didn't say the earth's flat. He just said level's flat. That's true.
Yeah, obviously.
Yeah. If he'd have left it at that, it's fine. But Nathan Oakley and Michael Kahn don't want to do that. These are fanatical flat earthers.
It's not a
flatsoid also, of course.
Yeah. Well, Brian's saying that, like Racey said there, let's say Bev is presuming this and that, while we assume he's measuring earth flat. Yeah. These are the guys that want to assume.
Also. Whereas that guy might just come out, yeah, it's flat.
I wouldn't care if he was a transgender, homosexual black woman in a belief that she's going on a rocket to Mars. The words that particular individual said would be all I was concerned with. What was said, verbatim.
Well, why does Bev go so hard against it? Because I think that he feels, well, he may have to clarify this, but I think he feels it's a stupid thing to say and an embarrassing thing to say that the earth is flat or that he's a flat earther, or for anyone to say they're a flat earther.
It's not embarrassing. It's just not true. But I don't think it's a true statement. So to say it's measured flat, even worse. To presume a surveyor is a flat earther, even more ridiculous than you can even comprehend. But these are flat earthers we're talking about.
I think he sees it as an embarrassment. So that's why I think he goes against it so hard.
It would be a little bit more than an embarrassment if people were to phone this guy's employer up and start telling them that they've heard he's a flat earther. That would be a little bit more than an embarrassment. But that's what's coming. Flat earthers. 2024.
What goes against what the guy said? What the guy said to Bev isn't really of much concern in terms of Bev's concerns and feelings and thoughts and motivations about what was said to him. It was just what was said to him. There's no ambiguity here.
Yeah, let's talk about the words that was said. He said it's just flat.
Well, hold on. What I'm saying is it has to be a lie because...
See, who's that? It has to be a lie from some guy in the fucking background. What has to be a lie?
And by the way, Neil Constantino, he is lying again. Because he says, the second time I have heard him, that he said that this surveyor said that the earth is flat. He's just lying.
So all it takes is somebody in the
Neil.
background doing that, and that's what you hear.
Told you.
Or maybe he has problems with his ears. I don't know.
He gave a reason.
Yeah, they hear what they want to hear.
So it's mental problem, rather.
Selective hearing.
Yes, sir.
Michael was misrepresenting. Michael published unedited the conversation.
Yeah, when he keeps saying unedited, what he means is a direct copy. He uploaded my content directly. He didn't change it at all. When I say my content, there's Buster's music on it too. It's got music.
That they had unedited. He didn't change anything, so he can't misrepresent it. So
it doesn't matter whether he's misrepresenting it. The misrepresentation is what's going on here now. It was a copyright strike. He copied my stuff.
for Bev to say that is the reason he is upset.
I've not said that's the reason I'm upset. I struck him, took it down. It's not on his channel. The point now is that you are misrepresenting this guy because he just said that level is flat, not the earth.
Is a lie.
Yes, exactly. Bev's a liar. I called that out in the comment section as it was occurring live. Because he is. But that is his position, and I can understand his position because as far as he is concerned, what this surveyor said undermines everything Bev says.
Not at all. It
Not in the least.
supports everything that I say. Not undermines it. That's just dishonest from Nathan Oakley there.
Yes, but he's talking to his audience.
Mm-hmm.
And his audience, maybe a majority of his audience, will eat it. So this...
Well, I think he actually thinks that as well. I think Nathan Oakley actually believes that, what he's saying there. I don't think he's just telling his audience that. I think he's deluded enough to actually think that that's a thing.
That would be a mental case.
Yeah, listen to it again, just to make sure.
But that is his position, and I can understand his position because as far as he is concerned, what this surveyor said undermines everything Bev says. Not flat, explicitly, is Bev's position.
Yeah. Yeah. The earth is not flat. Definitely. That's something I say.
What did the surveyor say? No, it's just flat, mate.
Level. Level is a straight line on a horizontal plane, or, as the surveyor called it, flat. They're not the same. The earth is the earth, and level is level. I can't believe we have to do this sort of stuff. The identity, Nathan. I know you're not going to bother listening to this. None of your fans will bother listening to it. And none of them will dare say anything to you about it. That's the sad part. Nobody can say anything to Nathan. Not even Brian.
Yeah, that undermines everything Bev does. And it was...
It does not.
Really clear after he copyright strikes somebody for that particular clip.
Copyright struck him again because
Makes me want to wake up early.
copied my stuff. That's why he got copyright struck. I don't know how many times you have to keep saying this, but, you know, Nathan Oakley's got his 100 people watching, and he's telling them this, right? They might believe what he's saying. They might be foolish enough to believe this guy.
Because his motivation was laid bare when he declared it. You have misrepresented what he was saying. What I was asking him is all Bev did. No.
Yeah, I was asking him about level. Again.
That's your motivation, Bev. What he said were just his words. And we're happy to take them at face value, and they contradict what you say. Not flat is Bev's position. Just flat is the surveyor's position. No.
Not about level, Nathan. I mean, that's just dishonest.
Yeah, this is in the wrong category. So this is just a false dichotomy. It is not flat because Earth is not flat, and flat means level flat. So I cannot describe this other way than dishonesty.
Well, I mean, Mike Dornan says he's dishonest and he knows it. I don't think he does. I think he's deluded. I think Nathan just hears the word flat. I think he's been in it that long that he's deluded himself to hearing anybody say horizontal or flat Earth. And it's only going to get worse. We've tried to help Nathan. I don't think I can help him anymore.
No one see the problem here for Bev. Isn't it glaringly obvious?
There's no problem here for me, Nathan. None.
It's not about 25 cents lost in revenue, which he's got justification to do, and I backed him the whole time in that regard. I mean, it's a bit extreme calling it theft, but nevertheless.
Why? Why is it a bit extreme calling it theft? He literally stole my content and uploaded it as his own.
Yes, and he didn't steal 25 cents from you. He stole your content.
Yeah.
It is not about money.
But again, they're justifying it. This is Flat Earthers 2024.
Bev's in the right until he claims
See, Bev's in the right. So he's admitting I'm in the right for copyright striking him. So weird.
Representation for an unedited video, the only reason he got away with copyright striking him. Yeah? Let's be clear about his motivation.
Look at that. The only reason he got away with it. He's talking about me. The only reason I was able to copyright strike him was because he uploaded the content without editing it. He didn't do anything. He didn't comment on it. He didn't change any of the music. He didn't do anything. He literally just copied it and uploaded it directly. Nathan's calling that I'm getting away with it. Like, I don't know what's going on here, but this is literally what YouTube content creators are doing. 2024. Listen to it again.
Till he claims misrepresentation for an unedited video, the only reason he got away with copyright striking him. Yeah? Let's be clear about his motivation. Not flat is Bev's position. Flat is the surveyor's position.
No, it's not, Nathan. That's misrepresentation. The Earth is not flat. The surveyor was not talking about the Earth. So dishonest, Nathan. And I think your subscribers are beginning to see this. I think they are. They can't be that fooled, right? They can't be that stupid. I don't believe they are. Some intelligent people watch these things because they're fascinated with what's going on. Socially as well. But this is just a direct misrepresentation. Don't know how many times we have to keep saying it. And he keeps doing it. It's like a monotony. Go over and over and over again, like repeating it like your times tables at school.
Mantra.
Yeah.
Mantra.
Drilling it into people.
There's no ambiguity here about what the issue is. Let's be clear.
Exactly.
No, no,
I'm not saying.
Exactly,
I'm not
Neil.
saying.
Yes, exactly, Neil. Yeah.
I'll say, afternoon. I'm not here to talk about that or defend any of that. It's the ambiguity.
There you go. You seen the little thing come up here?
Yes,
Boom.
he will mute him.
Muted. That's straight away. Nathan Oakley. Muted Elderbear.
One sentence.
Yeah.
One sentence.
And then now listen.
All were welcome.
Now listen to what Nathan Oakley does. Remembering that he's just muted somebody. What happens now?
Absolutely, Edinburgh. It's the ambiguity of Bev's lies. Yeah. Very ambiguous when you're telling people that the reason you're moaning and copyright striking them is because of a misrepresentation. When in
No. Again, I didn't copyright strike him for a misrepresentation. I copyright struck him because he stole my fucking content. This is YouTube. Nathan Oakley is on his own show now, representing this to people, misrepresenting a copyright strike that I gave to someone else. Like, what's it got to do with him? Why is he doing this?
In reality, it's just an outright hatred of the contradiction of your overall stance and position that you...
Like hatred.
Overall stance.
Hatred.
Yeah. Word
Listen
salad.
to it again.
...in them is because of a misrepresentation, when in reality, it's just an outright hatred.
When in reality, it's an outright hatred. What?
He's looking for words.
It's breaking down now, isn't he?
Yeah. He's trying to say something that will sound with sense, but not very good job.
I'm guessing, right? There aren't many videos of surveyors saying flat out there. Possibly only one. And that possibility might be because of the way you end up talking to these people, which was represented in the video, how to talk to surveyors. Now, if you can talk to surveyors and get them to say flat, yes, level is flat, if this is what's going to happen, it's best off that you don't know about how to talk to surveyors, because this will end surveyors' jobs. What flat earthers are doing. So please don't ruin surveyors' jobs. They're professionals. You're best off going up to them and saying, "Is the earth flat?" Start with that. Don't do what I do. Just ask them outright.
Of the contradiction of your overall stance and position that you put out to your members and presumably people who are giving you super chats and stuff. You know, that kind of ambiguity is what people really despise when it's shown to be wrong by the very words of a surveyor. You know, that kind of ambiguity really pisses people off, Edinburgh. Makes them want to unsubscribe, I'm sure you'll agree.
Here's another one, making people unsubscribe. If you want to unsubscribe because I've copyright struck somebody for stealing my content, feel free. I don't know whether this is the sort of approach flat earthers should be going. He's telling his audience that people who copyright strike people for stealing their content, there's something wrong with them. Nathan Oakley.
You're not going to take part in this conversation, dick. You accused me of being a bully and you're going to come back.
Called him a dick. You've accused him of being a bully? When did you accuse him of being a bully? Like, did anybody hear Elderbeck call him being a bully? He's just bringing it up out from nowhere.
No, it wasn't today. It was a reference to me calling him a bully the other day when he was bullying one of his his
Johnny B.
long-time supporters, Johnny B. Yeah. So he's got a, he can't let this stuff go. Any chance he can get to, try and smear you and make you sound, or seem to be a worse character, he's going to take the opportunity, and this is what he's doing now.
It's weird, isn't it? You come into this arena and you start, wanting to converse with people, and then you meet people like Nathan Oakley, and all of a sudden he's calling you a dick after muting you, so you can't reply.
Yeah, I mean, months ago when I didn't ever really listen to Oakley much, a couple of times really. But I never thought when I was walking along listening to it on my headphones that I would come to this point where he'd be kicking me off for asking him some questions, and the way he deals with everything, it's quite difficult to you never have a conversation with him. And now I know, you've got to try and get your words in. You're wondering whether he's actually muted you, and all the things you're saying, nobody can, not that it matters that anybody can hear, but it's a dead conversation if he's just used a couple of your words, cut you off, and turned that into a whole nother sentence, and reconstructed your whole thoughts and made out you were going to say something else, like he just did then with the word ambiguity, because it was nothing about that. And so, it's quite a difficult thing. He's not the guy you can go and ask questions about and try and get to the bottom of an answer.
It's really hard work to get in there to start off with. Through the Discord into that process, to be able to get unmuted and then ask the question and then have this sort of stuff. Like, he literally called you a dick and then told you that you accused him of being a bully. Now, nobody heard that. That literally, there's nobody of his audience know about that, you calling him a bully. But at the same time, he's muted you, called you a dick, and now he's going to attack you, which is sort of what a bully would do.
Yeah, well, he did release the after show, the uncut after show, although it was after show, and I knew on the YouTube that he had this noise gate, but from my last experience, it didn't happen on Discord. The whole conversation, the uncut, as he said, the uncut conversation was there. So I thought, well, that's strange if he's going to release that, because I was just went to pick up some bits for my car and I was listening, and they were talking about ether, and he doesn't like this question, and he was really bullying this guy, and I just opened my mic and said, because he said something that made me able to say, what, like, you're bullying this guy, your supporters, this is the way you treat people, and people just sit here silently, and nobody says, oh, hang on, why have you got to keep shouting and swearing at this guy? Because he was calling him worse than he's calling me. The guys, he said he was 60. He supported him since the beginning, but when I listened back to it, he'd cut my voice out. So there's only the first 10, 15 words that came out that said, what are you doing, bully? You're just bullying this guy. And then he turned the whole thing round that he was being bullied, and off he went for a while, and he came back and then carried on saying that he was now being bullied and he was the victim. So he turned it all around that he was the victim. And he's the one. Everybody can hear it. It's not like me making it up, or I'm I'm living in some illusion. Anybody can listen to this day after day, even if he's shouting at a video that he's going over. There's not even anybody there. And somebody says a word and he rants about them and gets crazy without it even actually being a human being in front of him. Well, not that I was in front of him, but it's somebody on a video. So everybody can witness what he does, but it's very difficult. Now I've been labeled with this disruptor tag and more, and now he doesn't want me to be heard on the show altogether. I've now been banned from that, and he's only just worked out how to control the Discord. He couldn't do that at his AMA. He hadn't got a clue about it, but now somebody's obviously showed him. And I did try to speak earlier. He didn't cut me out then, which was interesting. I didn't have much time. I had something I wanted to ask him, and it wasn't about this at all. And I was waiting for some kind of subject that I could just kind of join in on and ask the question I wanted to ask, and it didn't come up. It didn't come up, and I was thinking, oh, I haven't got long. I've got to go on the school run. I have only got 20 minutes, so I hope there's an opportunity. And then he started talking about you, and I thought, oh no.
Yeah.
It's going to be really difficult because, of course, by saying now, he's obviously going to think, you're white knighting for Bev, and that's what I said. I'm not here to comment on that, or defend anybody or anything. It's about, because he mentioned ambiguity, and that was how I could ask him the question I wanted to ask him, which was about the Earth being measured flat, and it was on that, the ambiguity of that for me. Because he said, earlier in the stream about people's ambiguity, he wants to clear that up about the ambiguity about these subjects, and particularly about Buzz Aldrin, which is a very boring kind of thing to talk about. I thought, what's he going on about? Because I was thinking maybe I can jump in and say, I don't know why you're going over this stuff from 70 odd years ago. I'm more interested in the now. What's ambiguous now? What, how can we work out the truth of the now, the moment? That's, that interests me much more than whether Buzz Aldrin went to the moon or not. I don't give a toss, doesn't matter. So I was just looking for an end because there was something specific I wanted to ask him about, and that's what I was trying to say. I was saying, Bev's big man, he can take care of himself and defend himself. I don't want to come and do that, but oh no, this is going to be really difficult because I knew how I was thinking, what can I say in order that he doesn't think that I'm to do that. But he turned that, when I said ambiguity, he used that and to turn it against you and to say, yes, it was the ambiguity of you. That's what he does. He gets hold of a sentence and he'll turn it. It's quite clever. He's quick thinking to turn, odd words into whole different contexts.
Like sophist, yeah.
Yeah, sophistry.
Yeah, and that's really not what I wanted to ask, and I hadn't, it's not something I planned with anybody. I thought about it. I've been thinking about it since yesterday, thinking about an aspect of something which is to do with sea level, really, because I see that this flat Earth is related to sea level. That's how it seems to me, and it has for quite a while, which is how I first started talking to Nathan about the sea level. Where's this flat bit? I asked him, and we got to sea level, and it was over at Earth Awakenings, and he got me kicked out because we got to where the sea level's been established, as like say at Newlyn, where there is a point on the ground that's been established there, and you can go there and you can transfer that point of sea level to other places with surveying. And so we got to there, and that's what interested me about, well, if you're saying that the sea level is the flat Earth, where does that enter the Earth? Where is this? Because I couldn't see this flat bit. Where is it, in relation to the sea level? And I've still been on that track. And I wanted to ask him about that. And I wanted to ask him about, all I wanted to know was what was his understanding of what mean sea level is. And also, because I think, and I've heard him express it, that sea level means horizontal, that means it's horizontal, when it's actually a mean average of the rise and fall of the water.
No, that's the mean sea level.
It's a reference of height of the water.
That's mean sea level.
Yeah, the point.
I know,
yes.
But we've had this with Ranty. When we were talking about the water at the, in between Southport and Blackpool, right? There's Preston docks, right? So there's call it an estuary that goes inland there. So as you're looking from Southport to Blackpool, you're looking across that little estuary, right? So the water is actually there. There's some water that goes through that because you can get a boat through, but you can't see it. And Ranty, when the tide goes out, there's like a vast expanse of sand, but that little bit of water is still there, but you just can't see it because, you know, you just can't see it. But Ranty thinks, and he was the first one that let us in with this, that the sea level has some sort of bearing on elevation, right? So as the tide goes out, then it's in relation to the sea level. It's hard to comprehend, right? But we are dealing with flat earthers and people that don't really understand it.
Yeah.
So they,
I mean,
the way I can get it with Nathan
the-
is that sea level moves with your thought process, right? As the tide goes up and down, so does the sea level.
I don't think he thinks that. I think that he thinks that point, that mean sea level, is horizontal. That means it's horizontal. It's like that wherever there's a sea level, they're all the same. That's what I think he thinks, that everywhere there's a mean sea level, they all are the same level, all at the same position, wherever, the whole world over. And because he said the other day, you know, when you go on the sea, it's horizontal. You're on the sea level.
Yes,
That's
so
what he says.
for me,
He's actually, it's a height reference of the level of the sea.
Level, it doesn't mean horizontal.
Not a horizontal. Yes, exactly.
It means just
and that's
elevation.
why I wanted to ask him.
And this is one of meanings of word level, elevation.
Yeah.
So it is just elevation of the sea. Just
exactly.
vertical datum.
Yes.
Yeah.
And that's what I wanted to hear. That's why I wanted to ask him. I wanted to hear what he had to say about that and what his visualization of that was. Because if he says he holds the truth and he's declaring the truth to the world, then, you know, surely he's the one I should ask questions about, not to be silenced. There's an ambiguity in it for me. It doesn't make sense. So, you know, if I have to concede that he was right all along, I can't see it, but then I would have to say, sorry, mate, I was just a bit naive and didn't really see what you were talking about. And geez, I feel a fool. But, you know, I was going to ask him for the citation of, I want to know, where is the citation that states when and how that the sea level was established as a horizontal reference? Because if it relates to the level of the sea, the height level of the sea, then we have mean earth flatness. And the baseline, the flat baseline must fluctuate as well. Even though a point has been established on the land somewhere that says, right, this represents mean sea level. You can survey from here, you can transfer this point to another position. But if sea level represents the flat baseland of the earth, then that also must rise and fall. And if the water is contained, then when I go on the beach in the morning, if it's contained, then somewhere somebody must be tipping it up or lowering it for the water to keep coming in and out. If it's horizontal and that rests, well, we know it's
We've
not rest,
always said, if you're going to deal with any of this, keep away from the sea. It's got tides and waves. It's useless talking about level.
Yes.
Yeah, they've latched onto this sea level, and it's useless.
Yes,
it's irrelevant.
But this is the heart of the fallacy for me.
Yeah.
You know, it's the same as celestial navigation. They're claiming, you know, that because they establish a conceptual horizontal on the surface of the sea, that it's flat and it's horizontal and it establishes it. When it's just a concept, the same as the plane of the horizon in that sense. And that establishes horizontal because they've picked a point on the horizon, the sharp edge of the horizon to aim their sextant at. But, you know, if you get closer and closer to that, there could be 30, 40-foot waves they're looking at. They're not, you know, it looks horizontal in the distance, and it's established as horizontal in the terms of the plane of the horizon. But because you use a sextant to approximate your position on a chart of the sea, not an exact position, then none of those readings are exact. And I keep asking them, well, where, you know, you've established that, you know, you can establish a horizontal reference, and from there, like you were saying to Flatsoy, that's what is horizontal. And it's as if he has to say that you can only get a horizontal if what you're standing on is horizontal in the first place. That's ridiculous. You're establishing a horizontal above the land, in a space above the land. And from there, you can measure elevation. And then you find, wow, it's not flat. Over.
Yeah. Yeah, we were saying that in the chat there, the way that we can have a conversation here is, you know, nothing like the conversation that you have whenever you go on a flat earth debate. It's a different type of experience, and unless you've ever attempted it, you're never going to know how hard and difficult it is to be able to talk to Nathan Oakley. It's a weird sort of person.
No, and I wish more people would.
Well, it's
test it out.
Yeah.
People should do that. He should hear the reality. He should hear the reality of the people who have questions. It's scary, maybe.
But you can see
if he doesn't
the
hear
reason.
People attempting to ask questions.
Yeah, because he makes an example of people
why.
like you and me. So everybody knows what not to say to Nathan, because that's what they're going to get. They're going to get labelled and pointing fingers at and smeared and all of that sort of stuff that Nathan
And that's
Oakley
why they
does.
sit quietly and let their friends be.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why they sit quietly and let their friends be bullied. Which is just shocking to me, really. People they've sat around with for years, it seems.
It's scripted.
And
though.
supporters.
It
and they
becomes
just allow
more and
them
more
to
scripted.
Yeah.
More and more, right? Anyway,
Yeah.
let's get a bit more of this done. I want to get to the other bit.
I can feel that you're going to
Yeah.
interject your
Sorry.
2 pennyworth into this discussion, do you,
anyway.
Mr. I'm going to white knight for Bev? No, the guy's a proven liar, Bear.
It's more smearing.
Proven. In front of absolutely everybody. Now, the last wave of people who realised Bev was stupid and a liar parroted his garbage about not being able to do anything with angles, with a bit of swearing in there because he's a common scumbag.
Street poetry, we call it, Nathan. Street poetry. He's upset about the angle.
Call, he said. You can do call with an angle, isn't it?
But nevertheless, they parroted it and got humiliated. And now here we are again, with Bev telling people it's not flat and a surveyor saying it's just flat, mate.
No. Misrepresentation, Nathan. Talking about two different subjects.
Yeah, that's basically really embarrassing for Bev. And no matter White Knighting's going to get him out of it by...
Sort of embarrassing for Nathan Oakley, but, I mean, I think he might be able to pull it off. I'm not too sure. His sycophantic fan base, I don't know. Although nobody else is unsubscribed from me, so maybe it's a different group of people. Maybe you guys are listening to this for a different reason. I don't know.
Edda Bear, who apparently thinks I'm a bully but comes back repeatedly. What does that make him? Yeah? A masochist?
What's he talking about? He's admitting that he's a bully now, is he? Is he admitting he's a bully by calling you a masochist? Like, oh, come on. You only pointed out he was a bully because he was bullying somebody else. How does that make Elderbearer a masochist? I mean, come on.
that what he is? Thinks I'm a bully but keeps coming back? You're a masochist then. I'm not a bully. You're just here to poison the well for my audience by claiming I'm a bully to my audience, am I?
Like, who's done that? He didn't do that. You muted him. Fuck's sake. Oh, what's this? Bloody hell, Gods, what are you doing? Thank you very much, Gods. Big super chat. I sent my last super chat to Nathan the other day, but I didn't know what that till last night. Last night's Flatzoids made it clear that they do not care about the truth. And you'd think that to be a prerequisite around here. So disingenuous. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, sorry about that, Gods. Like, but I mean, you know, we've been trying to show people this and trying to do it tactfully over the years before this. And obviously we've been learning, and our way of learning is to do what we do. Not many people are watching us and all of that, but you know, we're coming to a different stage now within our progression, all of us here. Like, we've all learned a lot of things and we are moving on. It's pretty obvious that these guys, they can't move on. They're going to be doing the same thing over and over and over again. It's not changing. And when you do try and change it and tell them, you know, like, you've got a few flaws in your arguments, this is what happens. And again, yeah, I'm sorry, Gods, but that's a common theme. Hopefully we can pick it up for you, and we can hopefully, you know, come into Discord, Gods. You've got to do that. Discord's where it's at. There's much more stuff goes on in Discord, and you'll get a much better picture of what we are actually doing. Please, if anybody thinks that we're lying or doing anything like that, this is a YouTube show. Discord is a different matter altogether. You think we talk truth here? Come in there. There's stuff that, you know, we can't do on YouTube. And I don't mean, you know, there's something. It's just, it takes a little bit more communication. It's a more one-on-one type thing that has to be done in Discord, in person. You can't do it across YouTube, unfortunately. But I guess that's the beauty of it. It's a more interactive thing. Anyway, let's get this done.
And then defending Bev for his lies. Need to step up quick sharp and defend Bev's lies.
No,
he's a proven liar. I'm sure he'll lose a lot of subscribers over that overt lie that he...
I'm sure he will lose a lot of subscribers. Well, hopefully not. You know, I will defend my content though, Nathan.
He is told, and then had to defend and been humiliated by Flatzoid over. Picked apart right length.
That was embarrassing.
Very
Let me
embarrassing.
say something. And don't waste your time sending me messages, because I don't get them. So you're wasting your time, Edda Bear.
Are you, did you send him messages, Elder Bear?
Yeah,
You've
in
been sending
Discord.
Neil messages.
Yeah. He doesn't get them. I call him Neil the Bear. Hey, Neil the Bear Constantino. You're gonna need a straight line for that, Bev. Yeah.
Nice one,
And
Neil.
they
It's
tell
good
me
to have
that
you back,
he's
Neil.
not there. Not it. Yeah, it's all right, man.
I immediately
just give me please,
go on.
Please, just quickly. Elder Bear, that was the funniest thing I've heard all day.
He does a good Neil. We've had a few good people, and we have somebody who does QE, genius, turn up, and we had Blue Marble Science. There's some cracking Blue Marble Science guys in here, and yeah, Elder Bear is the Neil. Just for fun, guys. Nobody's taking anything serious. We're only having a laugh.
I
Don't
tease
worry
him about
it.
Yeah, I tease him about Tony Soprano quite a bit.
Let's get
Opened his mouth. Don't get to come here, claim I'm a bully. It's like, oh, right, you think my harsh treatment of my guests is unreasonable. Nobody said you had to be here. But
see, look, there again. You think my harsh treatment of my guests, like all it was doing was sticking up for somebody in Nathan Oakley's chat in the after show. That's it. Now, who else would do that? I don't know. Obviously, none of Nathan's people. Neil, like, he enjoys it when people are doing this. And the problem is, this is like a serious problem as well. Because there's no Globe guys going over there, because Nathan Oakley just blocks and tells them to piss off and whatever. Nathan Oakley only has people who go in there to try and help him out. The flat earthers or people like Elderbear, they're just asking questions. They're coming in wanting to know things. And they're the people that Nathan Oakley picks on. Does it every time. Don't disagree with Nathan Oakley. But the thing is, you don't know what Nathan Oakley goes with. You never know. You're always on the edge of the seat trying to work out what he's going to do, whether it's the right thing to say or not. You can hear it when Brian starts speaking. He has to carefully consider every word he says. That's not a good thing, right? So there's no Globe guys go over there, so Nathan Oakley can only shout at whoever's there. And it has to be somebody, because Nathan Oakley needs to vent. He's got a lot of this stuff, and he needs to do it. So over the last few days, I've been going over there. He's got to focus. It's better him focusing on me than focusing on all of the other people. I feel sorry for people like Lumpy and Gords and all of that, right? If you want to say something to Nathan Oakley, right, come into Discord, let us know, and I'll go and ask Nathan Oakley for you. I won't even say it's you that sent me over there. I'll just go and literally ask him all the questions that people can't ask. Because they don't want to do it themselves. Come in, ask us. I'll do it gladly. Elderbear will take a couple for us as well. We'll do it.
Yeah. It could be quite a feature.
Yeah. Asking the questions you can't ask Nathan Oakley. We'll try at
Jeremy
least.
Corbyn started doing that, didn't he? Jeremy Corbyn started out with that. I've got a letter from one of my constituents. It's Paul in Doncaster. And Paul asked, why the hell am I being taxed so much?
Right, let's get this going.
What, you still want to retain your position at the table to what, mock me and insult me further? Get lost. Absolutely no way, Ed.
Mark, like, literally, you hear what he's saying. He's just muted a guy. He didn't say anything. Didn't get a chance to say anything. Look at the shit Nathan's making up now about him, while he's got no right of reply. Is it any wonder that people aren't going over there? This is what happens. This is the future of Nathan Oakley and Flat Earth debate.
Bear. Elderly Bear can get lost. He can go scratching back around Bev as he loses all his subscribers. For the fact they realise he's a lying scumbag.
Please don't leave.
That's what you can do.
Yeah, I think that might have been an attempt to throw himself in front of the train that's coming.
Look, throw in front of the train that's coming. There's a train coming, guys. Watch out.
And attack him instead of keep pointing out what the lie is that Bev told on Flatsoids.
What was the lie that I told on Flatsoids? Embarrassing. John, come on, what was it? Go on, tell us.
If I can say something, Nathan?
No. Just
feel free.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, not only the quote is you can do f all with an angle.
Yep.
Yeah, not only you can do something with an angle, you can find your latitude, but at the same time you are measuring, which is the word that they're having a problem with,
I have a
measuring
problem with
the
measuring.
Earth to be
I know
flat.
what a measurement is.
Regardless which latitude you're on, it requires a flat baseline to the GP of Polaris in order to find your latitude line. So you're measuring the Earth to be flat.
No, you're not.
The other thing was mentioned here was the Foucault pendulum. Yeah, you're going to need a flat Earth for that as well.
It's a good job. Who was that? George? Well done, George. Yeah, just stating things and say that you're going to need a flat Earth for that as well. Definitely. Definitely go that. Well done. Is that it? So you can save yourself, save lives with circles too. Yeah. Listen to this. So Nathan's got a clip, right? Nathan has clipped this. It's quite funny, really. Right? So he's clipped this and he's gone to the effort of clipping this for some reason. Nathan thinks it makes me look bad. I think. But it also, to me, it shows what Nathan's obsessed with. Because he's done this.
Yes, Bev.
You can do lots with these angles, can't you? Yeah, there's a light in the sky outside, right? You can measure an angle to it.
You don't appreciate how that's used in mapping?
No.
10th.
Okay. Measuring angles to lights in the sky is not used in mapping. I know how mapping's done. I know how cartography's done. We measure the land for both position points and elevation. We do not measure angles to lights in the sky. Point 1. Nathan Oakley might have thought he's got a win, but definitely there is no mapping relationship to the light in the sky other than going to a position on a map, locating that position, and then looking at a light in the sky and measuring an angle. There's no relation to the map at all. It's just an angle. Okay, go.
Do you want to call him out as a liar?
He did say to me, you know your latitude instantly with an angle to Polaris.
Yeah, you can measure an angle to a light in the sky and call that latitude. It's not doing anything with it. It's just literally calling it latitude. You could call it Dave if you wanted to.
Yeah, what are you going to do with that angle that you measured, though?
Well, that's the point of this whole thing, isn't it? Like, I'm just pointing out that we
yeah.
can do it. You can measure that and you can call it a latitude. Big deal.
But that's just one angle.
It's just an angle, yeah.
The sky.
Yeah.
Have you said that to me?
They don't do anything with it.
Well, that's the point now. Nathan's getting away from having to do anything with an angle by showing this clip that he's done. It's what it is. Your latitude is the angle to the light in the sky. Now, I don't know whether what they do is they keep going saying stupid things until you end up being frustrated by saying the same thing over again because they don't seem to get it. And then they clip it as though, but the frustration here is because they don't seem to understand what I'm saying.
So the audience is clear. Bev's little soundbite position to undermine us a year.
It's not to undermine Nathan Oakley. Saying you can do fuck all with an angle is a geometric statement. If you've got one angle, there's nothing you can do with it. You've got no lengths, you've got no distances, you've just got an angle. It's useless, geometrically. Useless. It's not meant to undermine anybody. It's just meant to point out people that you can't do magic with an angle.
A year and a half ago when we were expressing the virtues of taking flat Earth measurements to negotiate your position on the ground. Bev undermined that by saying you can do F all with an angle.
I've got a clip, found one earlier today. McToon led me to it. It's from 2020 when I was talking about using a sextant and not being able to measure an angle to a curve. From 2020, way before a year and a half ago. So Nathan Oakley is way out of touch. He's miles behind. He thinks he's in front, but he's not. He's not got a clue how far behind he is.
That was Bev, after that attempt to undermine us with lies, stating quite clearly that your angle to Polaris gives you your latitude, just an angle. So you can do F all with an angle versus this is what you can do with just an angle, establish latitude, by Bev's own mouth. That was his last barrage of lies that cost him a whole ton of subscribers.
He can't get that. And he's talking about costing him a whole ton of subscribers. Something tells me Nathan Oakley's got subscribers on his mind. I don't know why. Well, might be monetary problems.
Because they saw how stupid he was while we exposed his lies. Now Flatzoid's doing it with lies about reasonings behind making copyright strikes for verbatim quotes that were unedited that undermine his position.
Again, lie.
He says not flat, surveyor says flat.
Again, misrepresentation, talking about two different things. One's the earth, the other one's talking about level.
It is that simple, and he's had to lie through his back teeth. This is another example of Bev lying through his back. This is what he does. Should be obvious now. He's been doing it forever.
Apart from the bits that we showed earlier where you had to agree with us about the horizon being geometric, horizontal, apart from the fact that, we were miles in front of you on this argument or anything. It's bad.
You can do fuck with an angle.
Sorry,
Your latitude is the angle to the light in the sky. You can do fuck all with an angle.
Sorry.
Your latitude is the angle. Your latitude is the angle to fuck all with an angle.
Sorry.
Is the angle to the light in the sky.
So
That's
you're-
it.
You can do lots with these angles, can't you?
In terms of what you can do with an angle to the light in the sky, you can establish your latitude. So that's doing something with an angle then?
It's just measuring an angle to the light in the sky.
A light in the sky. Have you said that to me?
Said that's what it is. Your latitude is
well,
the
then it's
angle
over.
to the light in the sky.
So
That's
you're
it.
so you can do plenty with an angle, can't you, Bev?
It's just measuring an angle to the light in the sky.
So you can save lives with circles. You can do lots with these angles, can't you?
Bit of a turnaround.
He literally, Nathan Oakley, shout out Askin. That one was for you. See that end clip he put in there? You can save lives with circles. I'll do it again. He clipped this and added it to the end of this. A new recent addition to the very end.
To the light in the sky.
Listen. So you can save lives with circles. You can do lots with these angles, can't you? You can save lives with circles. With an angle. Because that's one of the things that you can do.
Circles are flat.
Yeah, you can draw a circle with an angle. And then you can also save lives. And he's clipped them together, saying you can save lives with circles. It's crazy. I don't know who's going to take this on. Literally, it's about as useful as the black swan argument is in conversation. The fallacious modus tollens that QE calls the black swan. That's what, because people show the picture, don't they? That's just a picture. The modus tollens is useless. Nobody ever uses it. But saving lives, well, that's a noble cause, right?
Bit of a turnaround, isn't it? From
Yeah,
you can do
you can measure
F4 with
that.
an angle to you can do lots with these angles, can't you?
You can't. Lots being... Go on, let's list them off. Let's start this list with measure and angle. That's it. That's it. That's all you can do with it. Measure it.
Yeah, that's the words of a lying shyster.
Yes, Nathan.
I'm sure Flatsoid will end up trimming out his new lies that he's had to tell about the unfortunate words that came out of a surveyor's mouth when Bev spoke to him specifically. Those unfortunate words that undermine his entire position. You know, obviously, we've misrepresented everything that the man said when it's been trimmed out and edited and just said exactly as he said it. Very, very embarrassing for Bev, and now he's got to lie through his back teeth about that. There's always something. Anyway, enough about Bev. It's tea.
Okay, so if anybody does want to come in and question us about any of this, just to check, see if I'm lying, you know, do your Columbo shit. Just come in and check ours out. Bring some clips, and I'll, you know, I'll discuss them. Open to anybody. Nathan, QE, Flatsoid, Michael Kahn, any of you, come over. Come and have a chat. You'll get a fair hearing. Right. Let me just put this over here for a minute. I'll sort this other clip out now, because this one is a weird one. Okay. What was everybody? Can we end that one now? Right? Everybody gets the gist that Nathan Oakley's a lying shit. Flatsoid, obviously, this came on the back of a video that I went over to Flatsoid to talk about, and I think we'll go over that on Monday, because a few frailties were also exposed with that at Flatsoids. But we've been at it. It's 10:30, isn't it? This is a very big shift of track. Did anybody watch the what's it called? Top left nominations? Because I know most people wouldn't. It's a thing that the Globe guys do. And it's led by McToon and Fight the Flat Earth, where I went over and talked to the 24/7 guys over at Politics about this a few weeks ago. What I think this is the Globe guys sort of get together. They all make videos to nominate their flirts, their favourite flirts. And it seems to be like a character assassination where they just ridicule certain people, flat earthers. But, I mean, somebody went for, I don't know, another guy who did something about spinach. And they went to his website and he's got a globe there. So they're non-specific now. It's not just flat earther specific, this, because it used to be exclusively for flat earthers, but I mean now they're adding other things. So, you know, Paige, you did watch it. We were watching it last night as well, and there was a little clip that we heard, and I'd seen a few things on Twitter. But let me I'm going to need to move this down. I'm going to need to do this because I think this particular bit, McToon's only very small. He doesn't give himself very much. So let me just blow this up a bit so we get a chance to focus on McToon. Are you in here, Kev? Are you in? Is Kev here or? Yeah. Okay. Can you see that? Oh, you only get a chance to see McToon on the little screen. Can you see that, Kev? What about you guys? Is it big enough? I don't know how to make it any bigger. I suppose I could do that. Oh, whoa.
I can see that.
Okay. There you go. Right, so can you see that? You can see it's a little bit bigger, right? We're talking about McToon here at the top. So this is on the thing last night, right? And McToon's talking about an event. So here we go.
I thought it was Mallory. Not Mallory?
Take a bit.
All right, I gotta read a couple things here. Peachy Tony, who was just on, thank you, Peachy Tony, says flat earthers think Matthew from Toon's last modern day debate is incredibly dumb. Some people think he is an undercover globey discrediting flat Earth.
Right, there's a little bit of a change in tone of his voice there, and there's a little bit of a gulp at the end. You wanna just hear it again because PhD Tony sent this thing in and he started talking about it. Listen to the change.
I thought it was Mallory.
Mallory.
Not Mallory?
Mallory. All right, I gotta read a couple things here. Peachy Tony, who was just on, thank you, Peachy Tony, says flat earthers think Matthew from Toon's last modern day debate is incredibly dumb. Some people think he is an undercover globey discrediting flat Earth.
Big gulp there, right? You notice he went a little bit flat midway reading that. I think that's because this.
Fortunately, the flat earthers have, for the most part, shown a little bit of class by generally not supporting him and the types of things he said. But there have been a few. But I'll say that Alan from Space Audit specifically reached out to me to say how unhappy he was with Matthew. So props to Alan for that.
Right. That was out of nowhere. You can look at his face. He looks a little bit sad. There's something gone on. Maybe a little bit unclear. And we'll hopefully try and illuminate it a little bit better, right? He might be able to help us out a little bit. Are you watching, Kev? Oh, you're not talking. I don't know. Everybody watch this.
If you're unaware,
adjust glasses.
At the I was gonna debate with Matthew Hakeem and Ross Perry on Modern Day Debate, and then right at the beginning he made an accusation against me. Matthew Hakeem did.
Yeah.
About a child and having to
nose glasses
do with pizza. If you put all that together yourself,
glasses adjustment.
So it goes to Latter-day Saints, who somebody had mentioned in the chat here.
Glasses.
Latter-day Saints had been on a while ago with me. I played a video of a father and child doing an experiment in a garage, right? Making a rainbow inside. And Latter-day Saints saw it to be a child shackled in a basement. And so I was thinking about that today because then Matthew saw the same thing and accused me of that. And I was thinking about that today, like what kind of person sees a child participating with their father in a science experiment,
asshole.
and then and goes to child shackled in basement. That's a sick person who probably never did anything like a science experiment with their father. It makes me sad because it tells a lot about their upbringing.
Is he overplaying this a bit? Like, what? We'll go over it, right? We'll put a bit more light on it.
Right? But it shows how sick they are. So, anyway.
Shows how sick they are. Like, what did they do? What's going on? Flat earthers are sick. Are you curious? Is anybody curious? What about you guys in the chat? Are you aware of this?
Thank you for that super chat, PhD Tony. Icy Spin says moon.
So we've moved on. Let me just go back. I need to adjust the video so that you can go over that sort of stuff. Gulp, glasses, adjustment, took glasses off, rub eyes. Okay. Okay, now this is... Oh. Oh. Make it so it fits on the screen now. I should really have all of these windows sorted, shouldn't I?
Didn't hear what happened, Bev.
What's that?
What's going on, man?
Yola.
I was listening, and I figured I'd join to enlighten you on as much as I could on that.
We've got it here now. We've got the Matthew Hakeem right now. This is the one that he was actually talking about. The guy in the bottom left-hand corner. You know, most of the stuff is in this video, and it's explained by this guy. Share. Can you guys get that in the chat? This is a guy called Matthew Hakeem. I'm going to give him a sub. You know, he's only got 77 subscribers. He's on thingy. I don't even know what he's like, or never met the guy. If he wants to come over and have a chat, come over and have a chat. But this is what happened on the modern day debate that Thingy's talking about. And again, this is an extension of something else. So we'll go over that too. Here we go.
Here. All right. Like I always say, if I'm wrong, bro, I'll admit it. Just show me I'm wrong.
Will you actually?
Yeah, I will. If you can show me I'm wrong.
Okay, so say it one more time.
You want me to invoke something?
I want you to say one more time your claim about rainbows.
Okay.
Right, so there's a debate that's gone on, and this is the situation that occurred before this, and you're going to hear the objections of McToon to this video. Right, so this is the original video, Flat-A-Day Saints.
So you cannot recreate a rainbow in a house without a concave mirror.
And McToon, obviously.
What about in a garage?
Oh my god.
Would
Just show what you're going to show,
Would it
bro.
work in a garage without a convex, whatever mirror?
Show what you're going to show, bro, so
All
I
right.
can eat crap.
Here you go. You got...
So, again, this is the video that McToon's showing. This is McToon showing this video.
Foot in my mouth, bro.
You got this kid on the floor. You've got, I think it's a PVC pipe sticking up with little holes in it.
Right?
Is that a picture live from your basement, McToon?
No. You said.
I was gonna say I wouldn't call the cops if it was, but I would just pray for you. You know that you let him go.
All right.
I'm just saying though.
So.
Okay. So it's just a innocuous question. Is that a picture live from the basement? And he wouldn't call the cops, but he'd pray for him to let him go. Fair enough.
Well, here you go.
Just a comment.
It's got a pipe with a valve on it, and then I think he's got a pan.
That kid have a shackle around his leg?
I don't think so. So here's the light.
I bet you guys are preparing that walnut sauce. You know what I mean? For you
All right.
to hire up.
All right, you see that light? That's just a light there.
Okay, cool.
And then just a basic light.
Okay. Interesting. Is that light traveling at 186,000 miles per second?
All right, here we go.
Classic.
Turns on the water. Water spritzes up little droplets into the air, and look at that. A rainbow.
Cool. And there's no concave mirror anywhere.
There is no mirror in there.
How do you? I mean, I don't know that. I can't see the whole garage. I'm not there for the experiment. I don't know if that's Photoshop, bro.
So now this is the time. This is the time where you be honest and you say you were wrong. Go ahead.
Well, I don't know if that's Photoshop though, bro.
Go ahead.
Just like Elon Musk says.
Go ahead.
Yeah,
Go ahead. Admit that you were wrong, like you said you would. Admit that you were wrong. Go ahead.
Big hat.
Admit that you were wrong.
I don't know. I don't know if that's Photoshop, bro.
No,
Do you hear me?
Go ahead and admit that you were wrong because you made a claim and I just disproved it. Go ahead. Admit that you were wrong.
Showing me something that could be Photoshop, bro.
That's a video.
Hey, Bev.
Oh, yeah, you can't Photoshop a video.
Yeah.
You on this because our claim was I don't know where he come up with concave mirror, but yeah, I went back through that video. I didn't know nothing about this shit, but and the whole ceiling is reflecting everything. You can see everything in the garage or whatever off the reflection because you need a reflector and you need water to have and light to make a rainbow, and then the floor is also reflected. So
yeah,
McToon's full of shit.
This isn't got anything to do with that, right? It's McToon's just showing a video. I mean, they mean nothing. You didn't see what bulbs he had. There could have been a silver foil back on the bulb. There could have been like a spotlight, concaved, reflective surface for the light to bounce back off, and that's how these sort of lights work. That's how it works. Concave, thing. But I mean, irrelevant, right?
Right.
This is the part we're getting to.
Video.
Correct.
They didn't Photoshop a video in 1969 of a fake moon landing.
Correct. They did not. So this is the part where you be honest instead of being a liar and admit that you were
Why
wrong.
don't you send me a video of you doing it yourself, bro, and show me all the components you're using?
You just said you can't do it inside a house, and then I showed it happening inside a house, and so now, and you said no. Listen up. You said you would no. I'm holding you to your claim. You said if you were wrong, you would admit it. This is your chance to admit you were wrong. Go ahead.
You didn't show me anything special, though, bro.
I did. I showed you. I showed you no convex mirror. No convex mirror. So this is the part where you admit. This is the part where you admit that you were wrong, or just be happy being a liar.
Okay, bro. You showed me a video of a little
You are admitting that you're a liar then. Thank you for admitting you're a liar. Excellent.
You got me, McToon. You got me.
I did. You are a liar. You said you would admit when you were wrong. I showed that you were wrong. You now refuse to admit you were wrong.
It's getting
You
upset.
lied on video for people to see.
I mean, I just saw a little kid in your basement on video, McToon.
So here we go. That wasn't my video.
But adrenochrome is not real. They're not extracting that from little kids.
All right, so you're a complete asshole. What a piece of garbage you are.
Look.
Whoa. Hey, is that the 6th or the 7th time you just cussed?
What a complete piece of garbage.
Oh, I thought you were going to cuss for the 8th time, because I know I saw
I kicked him.
Right? So McToon shows a video. Now, like, what was wrong there? Anyone see anything wrong particularly? Weird, right? Weird. Carry on.
I hate people like that. Latter-day Saints, you are completely worthless human being. You don't deserve anything that you get. Does
that remind you of anyone? At all? Just mute somebody and then comment about them. To camera. Sorry.
Yeah, it was weird, but it's even weirder that he's proud supported Christian, or says he's Christian and hates people. That's kind of cool.
Yeah. Right, well, it gets a little bit stranger. This is a 11-minute video, so that's the lead up.
To just... You're a liar, an absolute liar. You said if you were shown to be wrong, you'd admit it. I showed that you were wrong. You refused to admit it. You're a liar.
Looks like a piece to
That's
camera.
what you are. The whole time you lied. You never had one piece of evidence. It's just claim after claim after claim after claim. And I show that you're wrong, and you just deny it. Because you're a liar, Latter-day Saints. You are a worthless human being. You have no value. You all of your talk, you're just a bell, clanging bell with no value. Absolute liar. That's what you are. And then,
okay, how about that? Is that better?
Okay, so that was the original video. Now, this guy, I think this is a little bit more recent. This particular incident, let's say.
This is Friday.
This was this Friday just gone, yeah? Well, it is Friday today, so last week, yeah?
Last week, or was it Friday? Wait, I don't
This
even think it was that long ago.
is only 1 day old. This video that we're looking at now, so you know this hasn't been around for that long.
I'm sorry.
Saw a clip just recently on Twitter as well about this, so this may have been Saturday, Sunday.
It was Tuesday. My apologies,
yeah.
Tuesday.
Okay, right. So this is the weird bit, right?
Yeah. Buenos dias.
Buenos dias. What's up, Ross?
Audio's good?
Yeah, you sound good.
This
Ross
is the guy.
Boss Perry, ladies and gentlemen.
Another microphone. Another microphone that will be destroyed tonight.
Wait a minute. You can't actually see Toon, can you? Let me move that down. Okay, so Toon always has a little tiny screen for himself. See that? Toon is up here, little tiny. So he is there. There's 4 people, 2v2, I think, with the debate. Like they like to do 2v2 at modern day debates.
Oh no, do we throw microphones?
No, Ross's voice has a habit of destroying microphones.
Somebody's gonna get destroyed today. Some people are gonna get destroyed today. That's for sure. I saw that creepy video with it looked like there was a kid handcuffed to the floor. That shit's pretty creepy, man. I don't know what was going on in that video.
I don't know what you're talking about.
It looked weird.
No, nor do I.
Don't know. Was gonna be my partner.
Everybody, don't know what you're talking about.
Latter-day was gonna be my partner. I didn't know you guys have beef.
Oh yeah.
Right, so he says Latter-day Saints was going to be his partner for this debate, and he didn't know that McToon had beef with Latter-day Saints over that video that you just watched. Why would McToon not, want to have the debate with that guy? I mean, who knows? But watch this.
Yeah, he's a horrible person. Yeah, Latter-day Saints is a disgusting and vile monster.
James sent me the video, man.
Yeah.
James is the guy that owns and runs Modern Day Debate, whether he's the boss or whatever. Top guy. Sent this guy the video.
Yep. Dude, it looks bad, dude. That's like some Pizzagate type shit.
Yeah. We want to get off of here right now, Matthew?
Oh,
You want to get the hell off of here if you're going to be accusing me of that? You absolute fucking monster.
Look.
That's it, right, Ryan?
Whoa.
Ryan, this ends right now.
Dude.
Right now.
I'm sorry.
Look at him.
Hey, I don't know what happened, dude.
No, shut up. Shut up.
I don't know what happened.
This ends now. Yeah. This is it.
I'm not saying
You
anything
worthless
happened.
piece of garbage. Yeah.
It's rather an extreme reaction, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's going.
It's man. I was confused. I seen it live, and what that is a crazy reaction, man.
Yeah. I don't see where he's getting it from. Like, this is a well, I don't know. He must be having a bad time or something. I don't know why this occurred.
Oh, that's not.
Oh no. This is not happening. You already accused me of the exact thing that I said I would not have.
So what did he accuse him of? Did anybody hear an accusation?
No, he said that this film is garbage. So
yeah, he said it's weird and it's some creepy shit. That's it. And I would agree with him. The video is a really weird video for McToon to try and present as any proof of anything. It's really grainy. It's filmed badly. And it looks weird. I can understand these guys' opinion, right?
Yes, and this previous one, yes, this original one, yes. His objection is, I would say, is valid, because you cannot say anything about how it was filmed, what were the surroundings, ceiling, etc. You cannot justify anything.
Over and Tunes all acted like like Flatterday was lying, and I literally went on debate with Toon on his channel, and I set up a hose and out in a little tent with a light and everything to show him that you won't get a rainbow without a reflector, and I showed him in the video how the ceiling was a perfect reflector, even the floor reflected, and he didn't want to admit. Tunes is the liar if you ask me. I made a whole video about it. But yeah, I know it's a little off subject, but yeah, it was weird. His reaction was like the dude was trying to apologize, and Toon wound up. Ross offered to debate both of them, and Toon turned it down. And then Toon wound up going to his channel, and he just basically hijacked the debate from Modern Day Debate and just had a 1v1, really 2v1, because Toon was the moderator on his channel, and he. But he was jumping in the whole time, you know how he does. And so Toon basically kicked that dude and hijacked the debate on over to his channel.
Yeah. Yeah, well, let's listen to it, right? So, because this guy's just gone to do a debate and he's found out that his partner that he was meant to be doing the debate with is a different guy. And what does McToon say to him?
Oh, yeah, he's a horrible person, yeah. Flatterday Saints is a disgusting and vile monster.
He's a disgusting and vile monster. And, like, this guy's going, Toon! Like, this guy here, the moderator, doesn't bother about McToon saying that sort of shit about the guy that's not there. Doesn't bother about that at all. This guy's been sent a video. What does he say?
James sent me the video, man.
Yeah.
James sent him the video.
Dude, it looks bad, dude.
It looks
That's
bad.
like some Pizzagate type shit.
Yeah.
It looks like some Pizzagate type shit. From the 70s, I'd say. Doesn't even look modern. Looks like some weird shit from the 70s. Yay, thanks, gods. So he's driving. Don't feel sorry for me. I never took Nathan as a grain of salt. Support the community. I mean, Thank you very much, Gods. Yeah, the community's all we're here for. That's what we do. We just have a conversation. Let anybody try and join in. Hopefully, we can get some more people in for the conversation. The Discord's where it's at, though. And we're not bothered about whatever you want to say or anything. Anybody that knows Discord, it's a different place. Don't worry about it. Pop in.
Yeah, we want to get off of here right now, Matthew?
So what does he say there?
Send me the video, man.
Yeah.
Dude, it looks bad, dude. That's like some Pizzagate type shit.
Yeah.
That looks bad. That's like some Pizzagate type shit. That's what he says. And look at the way McToon misrepresents those comments. That looks bad. Some Pizzagate type shit. I thought the same thing. And we have this thing in here that, you know, it's not good to put kids on camera, particularly in this particular arena. I know for certain that myself, I pointed out to these guys that my autistic son was into photography. We got him a camera. We take him out to do photography. I mentioned that, and level being a straight line on a horizontal plane, and these people, including McToon, called me a child abuser for it. So this isn't the arena for kids. This isn't the arena for you to bring kids into it. Yet McToon's doing that by a video of somebody else. It's not even his kids. Weird. Very weird. So I agree. It's creepy.
Yeah, we want to get off of here right now, Matthew? You want to get the hell off of here if you're going to be accusing me of that?
What did he accuse him of? Nobody made any accusations of anything. He just said, I saw the video and it looks weird.
Yeah.
Nothing wrong with that.
Absolute fucking monster. That's it, right, Ryan? This ends right now.
Whoa.
Right now.
I'm sorry.
He says sorry.
Hey, I don't know what happened, dude.
No, shut up.
I don't know what happened.
This ends now.
What?
This is it.
I'm not saying
You
anything
worthless
happened.
piece of garbage.
No.
Yes,
that's
no.
Oh no, this is not happening. You already accused me of the exact thing that I said I would not.
Nobody accused him of anything. Said it's a weird video.
Yeah.
This is the victim thing. McToon somehow is enabling himself to be able to become a victim. 2024. McToon is acting like he's a victim here somehow.
Yes,
Toon's dark, dude.
and
He's a
this
piece of
guy-
shit.
Yeah.
This guy maybe is not very experienced in debate because he shouldn't apologize to McToon.
Yeah.
He shouldn't.
Debate paper that was before before they even went on camera. That was backstage, more or less on Toon's channel, like pre debate.
But still, he shouldn't.
Yeah. Yeah.
Not have
Might have been, yeah,
Latter-day
but-
Saints on because of that, and you just did the same thing to me.
Because of what? What did Latter-day Saints do? We've just watched the video. Latter-day Saints just said that's a pretty weird, creepy video. But he said that at the beginning. Oh, go on, sorry.
Saints was firing back because Toon was calling him a liar, so he was just punching back, bro. And even Latter-day Saints didn't accuse him of nothing.
No. The only people anything here is McToon acting like this. He's both called Latter-day Saints, you know, vile and disgusting or whatever, and he's called this guy now it too. He's caught saying that this guy and Latter-day Saints have accused him of something. It never happened. McToon is just getting victim points, but, you know, this is what you have to expect. Nathan Oakley's not aware of any of this sort of stuff. There's two different fights going on here. Completely different things going on. It's
Right
mental.
now, you did the same thing.
Just one
Out.
second, Matthew.
Out.
This is what
Flat
earthers do. Everyone needs to take a break.
Out.
Like, who does he lead? Is he moderating or what? What's he doing?
Well,
Yeah,
let's
You
not
think?
go to the debate. Let's just go, let's just figure out what's going on here with you guys here. So, what's happening?
What's happening is he made an accusation against me.
No, false. He didn't. He just said it was a creepy video. Some Pizzagate shit. Which is just a turn of phrase, right? Everybody knows what that means now.
McToon is a bold-faced liar, dude. He's sitting there. We all just seen it. And the guy didn't accuse him of nothing. He might have been a little bit of a jab, whatever, but I don't think he understood that Toon was going to fucking jump on his high horse and play victim. McToon's a bold-faced liar, and he's right now he's bold-faced lying to Ryan and whoever else is listening.
Yeah, sad.
You're on mute right now, Matthew. So, if you want to just,
True, it's
like I said,
true.
if
It's not
we
true, let it go. If it ain't true, then let it go. Don't be so mad if it ain't true.
that's not how that works.
That's not how it works, Ross. You can shut up, Ross.
That is how it works in real life. Unless he's like bringing up a legal.
He says if it's not true, then what are you talking about, right? He didn't make an accusation.
Don't
If it's not
interrupt, shut
true,
up.
just carry on, dude. He said, like, he's not going to bother saying anything else about it. Poor guy. I say poor guy. I don't know how many debates this guy's had. That might be his first debate. That might be his first experience going into this sort of thing. Modern day debates. McToon. Don't even know that guy is. Don't even know any of them are really.
Shut up. You can shut up, Ross. That was illegal.
I never heard of the guy, Bev. I never heard of the guy, but I'll say this. They had a 2v1, Toon and Globy McGlobeface, or whatever his name is, against that dude Ross, and Ross wiped the floor with both of them, dude. It was on McToon's channel after all this bullshit, and Ross shot out to him. He wiped the floor with both of them, dude. I got to give him his props, man.
Did he get nominated?
I don't know if he did or not. He damn sure got them.
Yeah, I don't know. Listen to this, though. This is another weird thing that he says. Listen.
That's not how it works, Ross. You can shut up, Ross.
That is how it works in real life. Unless he's like bringing up a
You
legal
can shut up.
Fuck it.
You can shut up, Ross. That was illegal.
That was illegal. You can shut up, Ross. That was illegal. What was illegal? Where was anything illegal in there? McToon's just got away with saying it. What was illegal? Anybody?
Yeah, more bold-faced lies.
Nothing.
Just more lies.
Yeah. You could sort of say that's a little bit slander there, because he's saying that something's occurred that's illegal. Now, that would need reporting. If something illegal has just happened, wouldn't it?
It should.
What was some sort of inquiry should be going on now with McToon? What's illegal?
Yeah, because
we don't want to be doing things
accusing...
that are illegal in here. What exactly is the thing that's illegal?
Is it illegal to accuse somebody of accusing somebody? Because and who didn't even accuse nobody?
Publicly,
like,
yes.
If anything illegal is being done, it's defamation of character by McToon.
I would say so. Slightly
Reporting
slanderous.
false accusation.
Yeah.
False accusation.
Well, let's go.
What's going on with you guys? Latter-day Saint was going to be my partner,
No,
and then James sent me the video.
Yeah, you made a very clear accusation against me.
No, he didn't. He's just said again, like he didn't know what's going on. Latter-day Saints was meant to be the guy. James sent him the video. He watched the video and went, that's a bit fucking creepy video. I don't get what the problem is. That's what he's just said. I still don't get what the problem is now. This has made it even worse.
he's saying he's guilty of being suspicious or pointing out something looks creepy?
I think so, yeah.
I think that McToon is very angry because it would be his only proof for something. So if this proof is destroyed because it is a non-conclusive video, so that would destroy his claim or whatever he's going with. But I think that would be a debate destroyer for McToon. That's why he's angry.
You might be
I
right.
think.
You could be right.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, you did.
No, we didn't.
No,
No, we didn't. Let's go back over that again, because he does ask him.
Latter-day Saint was going to be my partner,
No,
and then James
listen.
sent me the video.
Yeah, you made a very clear accusation against me.
No, we didn't.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, you did.
No,
Is that him? Did he get backed up by the other guy? Who said, yeah, you did?
Latter-day Saint was going to be my partner,
No,
and then James
listen.
sent me the video.
Yeah, you made a very clear accusation against me.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, you did.
No, I didn't.
Is it McToon?
It's the guy on the bottom left.
No, yes, in the bottom, this with glasses. Yeah,
Him?
he said yes, you did. No, on the bottom.
This one?
Yeah.
No, the other side, not the black dude. The other guy with the grayish type of black beard.
No, but that's the
Is-
guy
is
that
the
did
back-
it. He said, no, I didn't.
Yeah, that's the guy who.
Yeah, but
you did,
somebody
but-
said, yeah, you did. That's what I'm
I
looking
think-
for.
Yes, this black guy. I think
This one. Yeah.
No, that was Toon. That was Toon saying, yeah, you
Sent
did.
me the video.
Yeah, you made a very clear accusation against me.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, you did.
No, I didn't.
I don't know. I still don't know.
Latter-day Saint was going to be
I'm
my
not sure
partner,
now,
and
but-
James sent me the video.
Yeah, you made a very clear accusation against me.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, you did.
No,
I think that this was
I can't
that guy
see who's
because
saying it.
he closed his mouth to microphone and said something at the same time. So
This guy
I'm
or
not
this guy. It could
one-
be this guy here.
maybe
I don't know.
but,
Play it one more
Latter-day Saint
time.
was going to be my partner,
No,
and then James
listen.
sent me the video.
Yeah, you made a very clear accusation against me.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, you did.
Who said, yeah, you did?
It's for sure Toon, bro. It's just a little bit of a delay. Watch after
Oh, man.
you hear, yeah, you did. Watch his lips. He did. I promise you, it's Toon.
With you guys, Latter-day Saint was going to be my partner,
No,
and then James
listen.
sent me the video.
Yeah, you made a very clear accusation against me.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, you did.
No, I didn't.
no, maybe it was
I
McToon.
don't know. I can't.
with
I
delay.
can't tell who that was. Who said that?
I'll bet my life. It's Toon. It was Toon. I bet my life. It's just
So
a little
he's
delay.
just reaffirming it to himself that he did say something that he didn't actually say. McToon's leading
Exactly.
this. Terrible.
After hearing it multiple times, it is McToon's voice.
Yeah. Do you reckon? Okay,
100%.
we'll leave
Okay,
it.
I
can't tell.
can concede that.
I've
So I
looked at
retract
all
that
of them and I
black guy.
can't really tell. I can't tell.
So
who's-
look, zoom
who
in on
says it.
Toon's face and zoom in on Toon's face, and then right after he says, "Yeah, you did," you'll see his lips say, "Yeah, you did." There's just a little lag in the video.
Let me get this.
What's going
I
on?
didn't know you guys-
The only one who's live streaming right now. Hold on, fellas. Hold on. The only one who's actually streaming right now and actually.
Oh, wait a minute. Might need to go back. Oh.
Like I said, if
not
we-
true, let it go. If it ain't true, then let it go. Don't be so mad if it ain't true.
That's not how that works.
That's not how it works, Ross. You can shut up, Ross.
That is how it works in real life. Unless he's like bringing up a
You
legal
can
case,
shut up.
Fuck it.
You can shut up, Ross. That was illegal.
I just didn't know what was going on with you guys. Latter-day Saint was going to be my partner,
No,
and then James
listen.
sent me the video.
Yeah, you made a very clear accusation against me.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, you did.
He
No,
just
I
asked
didn't.
what's going on. All he said
Alright,
was
it's gonna be-
what was going on.
Dude,
Like,
I don't know what's going
I didn't
on.
know you were-
The only one who's live streaming right now. Hold on,
Hold
fellas. Hold on. The only one who's actually streaming right now and actually capturing this is Mike. So, I mean, honestly, if we're gonna try to get into a debate here, this is gonna make it really difficult with this type of preamble. You know,
That's it. That's it. I don't think they... Did you... What did you reckon? Did you get him?
No, this bit was not present now.
Was it not?
But...
Where was it then? Illegal.
Flattered
was
Sam was gonna be my partner,
No,
and then James
listen.
sent me the video.
Yeah, you made a very clear accusation against me.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, you did.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, I think
Yes,
there might be a
not-
little bit of a delay, and
Yes,
yeah,
yes.
it is in McToon. Yeah, sorry. Okay.
his tone changed a little bit, but it's his
Yeah,
voice.
yeah.
100%.
There's a little tiny bit of delay, so yeah, he does it without moving his lips
What's going on?
much.
All he said
Alright,
was,
it's gonna
"What's going on?"
Dude,
Like,
I don't know what's going
I didn't
on.
know you was
The only one who's live streaming right now, hold on, fellas, hold on. The only one who's actually streaming right now and actually capturing this is Mike. So, I mean, honestly, if we're going to try to get into a debate here, this is going to make it really difficult with this type of preamble. You know, it's one thing to blow up the room when you're about to leave, but if you come in with this type of, you know, this type of talk, it definitely is going to make things a little bit awkward. Like I said, it's yeah. It's up to you, Mike, if you want to.
No, I'm not debating him. He already accused me of that. He's out.
Okay.
He's out. It's very clear.
It's not accused him of
It's
anything.
very clear. It went out live on my live stream, the accusation that he made against me.
He didn't make an accusation. I didn't see it. If this was recorded from his live stream, I didn't see that accusation. I didn't see it. Anyway. Did anybody else see any accusations?
No, not at all.
Accusation
It was
against
a little
against
jab,
Clip.
but it wasn't an accusation.
Not against McToon, against Clip. He was just he said his opinion about this clip.
About the video.
That's all.
Yeah. Yeah.
This is not happening. He does not get to be on stream with me.
Wow. There's not a whole lot I can do.
You can kick him out right now for making that accusation against me.
He didn't make an accusation.
I leave. Because this is not happening when you have somebody on your platform as a guest making that kind of accusation against me.
I don't think.
See, that's bad. McToon is leading this, and that guy there is being misrepresented by McToon, and these guys are, well...
I don't think what you're saying is unfair, Mike, and...
I don't think what you're saying is unfair, apart from the fact that he didn't accuse him of anything. So I'd say that's a little bit unfair.
Yeah, I think Matthew will probably have to pull a pin on it and talk to James and see what we want to do going forward. Because it's yeah, like I said, it's one thing when somebody like blows up the room when they're about to leave a debate, but when you come in and you with that, it's really hard to push forward.
I honestly would love to have Matthew stay. I don't think.
Nope, he's out.
If it happens, I will destroy you guys 2-on-1. I just want to let you know that.
Yeah, so Matthew Hakeem, give him a sub. Poor guy, nobody can get a chance to see him. Have you ever seen him do anything before?
No, I never have, but I did.
I have.
Oh, have you, Paper?
Yes, I saw his face in some debate.
So he
I
has
can't
been
remember that.
debating before then. Yeah.
Or maybe later.
Yeah.
I'll tell you this though, Ross
it has to be it has to be earlier. So yes, he has some experience. At least
I've never heard of the guy, man. But Ross did wind up destroying them both just on Toon's channel. So his channel is called Real Offended. Like I think he's mostly on Twitter, but anybody interested in his work, his channel is called Real Offended, and he did destroy both them, dude. I was impressed, Root, and I'm not easily impressed in debate.
this black guy, yeah.
Yeah, he did really well.
What's his name? Is channel's name?
It's Ross, but his channel is called Real Offended, like REAL, like not fake, Real Offended.
Real Offended. Okay.
Yeah, I think there was a Ross that got nominated in the top left thing.
Would that be Aussie Jesus Ross?
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know who they were. I don't know most of the people within it. It's really weird that, you know, like they get people from places where, I don't know, we've never really heard of them before.
Were you nominated, Bev?
Not that I know of. My name was up there.
I was nominated last year, man. Me and Brian Logic, Bob the Science Guy teamed us up and nominated us both. I was like happy to be nominated. If I'm nominated, I know I'm over the target, getting under their skin.
I don't know whether that's what they want, though. To me, this is a list of people that they're doing their contracts. So the Globe guys get a chance to make their videos, and they can promote themselves to Toon. It lets Toon know who are the Globe guys that are willing to join in with this and, you know, go after the flat earthers. And I think the flat earthers are the ones that also they want to join in. They need flat earthers that look stupid. And that's what these guys are doing. They're going out to find some of the most ridiculous things. And yeah, you might find somebody on there that's got an argument or two, but they'll just be ridiculed for the most part.
When they say dumb shit, when they say dumb shit, we make videos all year long, and on the spot. And I got plenty of videos of Toon and Fight the Flat Earth and Bob the Science Guy. Them full of shit or lying, and they have to wait and do one video for a whole year worth of stuff they could find. Is the way I see it. We make them constantly on them clowns.
Your entire category of videos might not get as many views as one of their videos, their hit pieces.
I agree with that.
They've got a team of them doing it. But you can't keep up with the amount of people that these people get in it. And there's always going to be some ridiculous flat earthers. The thing that got me is nobody nominated Nathan Oakley for measuring the earth flat, which is very strange, because you'd have thought that would be one of the easiest targets. You could easily destroy that if you were a Globe guy, right? You could point out that that's some really stupid shit. You could really have some fun, but nobody wants it. They're going to leave him. And I don't think that's fair. Nathan Oakley needs some publicity.
Yeah, that is surprising they didn't nominate him, ain't it?
Yeah. You'd have thought that, I mean, how much content is there? And how much content could there be? Because you get a chance to go and talk to Nathan, like he's there every day. If your idea was to make fun of what they were saying, you could get on Nathan Oakley and get him to say some stupid shit. But they don't even need to do that. He does it himself. Like, he's having a go, right? You've obviously heard of all of the people unsubscribing from me because of the you can do fuck all with an angle statement, right? That Nathan Oakley thinks it's fucking ridiculous.
How can they still not understand what you're talking about? Like, after all this time that you can't do shit with an angle, freaking, and what you were talking about, and the fact that without opposite side length or an opposite side angle, with just an angle mathematically, you can't do nothing. And he's still talking shit about that. Oh my God.
Yeah, he can't let it go. It's a big deal for him. They can't realise that, I think 10th Man sold him a a non-argument. That's why 10th isn't around anymore. Possibly why Nathan's upset with me, because 10th can't be around. He can't justify his non-argument that was the sextant. He got upset because of the geometric statement we said to Ruhif that also applies to his ridiculous sextant thing. It also applies to the globe sextant thing as well. That's why McToon and all of them they won't talk to us about it either, because we know the angle trick that both of these teams are playing. I was also thinking of nominating Bob for his Modus Polens, because that's a great one, isn't it, for the top left.
We oughta, Bev. So we got to come up with one of these ourselves, man. Because I can pitch in a few myself.
Well, why don't you put a video in and nominate one of these guys? Like you can do that, you know.
It's a great idea. Yeah. Oh my God, that's a great idea. Thank you.
You get on it. Pick someone.
I didn't think of that. That's genius. Simply brilliant, man. I'm gonna make a short clip and nominate. Well, I haven't decided who I'm gonna nominate, but yep, let's see how it goes. I'll let you know.
Well, I've got the Earth's Not Flat music video from Buster, so I could nominate both Flatsoid and Nathan Oakley with the Earth's Not Flat and just submit the Earth's Not Flat. Buster, you don't understand, and fools. It's already done.
Dude, them clips you do are freaking hilarious when you moderate, like a little silent type of moderating to You Don't Understand song with Blue Marble Science. The one with him and George saying, no, wait. Dude, that's one of the funniest things ever, dude. I love that.
Yeah, well, I mean, if McToon's out there, if anybody's listening, how do we do it? So I'll submit a video. We'll get Nathan on the list. He's not on it. Give him a bit of publicity. Get him on the radar with these guys. Content theft as well. We can do, yeah, all of that sort of stuff. What do you think of that, Brian? Have you heard that?
I'm thinking a different route. I'm thinking of going like with Bob.
No, I mean
covering the Antarctic Treaty. I'm going a different route.
You know, have you heard about the copyright strike I had to give Michael Kahn?
Yeah, I heard about it.
Right, what do you think about that?
I think, man, if I'm you, I feel justified because, you know, he could have put your logo in, mentioned your name. Like every time I use somebody's content, I mention them. I try to anyway. At least if I'm going to use their content, then I'm going to mention their name or put their logo on or something. And he played your video just to misrepresent you. I'd be upset too, man.
Yeah, just take the whole content, right? Well, what do you think about the fact that Nathan Oakley, Flatsoid, and Michael Kahn are saying they're going to do it again? Like they're trying.
I haven't heard
say it's
Flatsoid
okay.
or Michael. I haven't heard Michael Kahn or Flatsoid, but I heard Nathan, and he still just keeps calling the fictitious baseline Earth, dude. Like it's clear the surveyor says that the level perpendicular to vertical, he's calling flat, and that is the exact perpendicular to vertical that Nathan keeps calling the Earth and saying we're measuring it. I'll take Brian's logic description of it. Like maybe if you want to describe the Earth and call it like as a whole flat as a description, but when you start talking about measured flat, yeah, I see your argument.
Yeah. Well, what you want to do is watch Flatsoid's video from yesterday, because I went over there to talk to Flatsoid about this, you know, the video where I went and talked to the surveyor, and the surveyor was, you know, about level, and I talked to Flatsoid about it. I'll go over it on Monday, but man, you want to listen to what Flatsoid doesn't know about surveying and how people want to tell you what they don't know and how wrong you are about what they don't know. It's terrible. It couldn't be any worse, really. Both Nathan Oakley and Flatzoid over these last few days have exposed themselves as absolutely knowing nothing about the argument. I can't see how they could get to this point and have zero geometric understanding about either surveying or the principles of such. How you get there. It's amazing.
Surprised to hear that with Flatzoid. I would have held him in a little higher regard, but I haven't heard it yet. It doesn't surprise me with Nathan, but I'll go watch that. You say it was yesterday?
Yeah. He thinks at auto level measures vertical angles. He kept saying incline and slope. And it's like, no, dude, it's an auto level. You just measure it on the vertical. Like you measure a number. And he's saying, yeah, well, that's an angle. And I'm saying, no, it's not. It's ridiculous. I've got a thing. What do you reckon to this? I made I put it on the website, a globe. We ran it through a chat GPT as well. Let me get it. And it agreed, well, not chat GPT, our bot in here, and it agreed it's more inclusive. This, I don't know where the bloody hell. Here we go. This is the globe defined. There we go. It says, the globe defined, since there is no geometric shape that is a perfect descriptor for the whole of reality, we, here at On the Level, define the whole of reality to have a non-geometric shape called a globe. Therefore, you can feel safe in the knowledge that pointing to anything within nature at a distance from you can result in the statement, "'Tis globe. 'Tis globe."
Hilarious.
Do you like that?
Yeah, man.
A non-geometric shape called a globe. I mean, you can go along with that, right? Because, I mean, a globe isn't a shape, really, is it?
I got no problem with that. No, I got no problem at all with that.
I do.
The real globe, Rob. Come on. We know it's not flat.
I know, but in the heads of stupid globers, you say globe, they see sphere.
Well,
just saying. But hey, I'm okay with you guys saying whatever you want. You guys let me walk around here calling myself a flat earther. You guys can say whatever you want.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I'm saying on my globe, right? This globe, level is horizontal.
Level is horizontal.
Yeah. All horizontals are parallel, just like they are in reality, because this globe comports with reality, a direct representation. You can point at it. Look.
Here's what's hilarious, though, Bev, is when you tell all the globers "'tis globe," none of them agree with it. They're like, no, you're not saying.
You're a flat earther. You're a flat earther if you say "'tis globe."
But hang on, they do it too. Bev, they do it too. Remember the other day there was other morning, day before yesterday, where the guy was on about the differential leveling and said there's an error, but it cancels out, so there's no error.
Yeah.
It's a globe.
Yeah,
so
tis globe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he was actually a glober.
Yeah, we had some really, I mean, if you think what we're dealing with Nathan Oakley and Flatzoid is a bit much, then you want to see what's happening in the back rooms, man. The globe guys are literally falling to pieces. I've heard some of the silliest shit I've ever heard.
Yeah.
I'll give you one, Brian. If you were to make a draw an elevation profile of a horizontal line, what would it look like?
His globe. No, I'm just kidding. It looked level.
Wait, what?
Yeah,
Bev, just say that again.
It looked level, man. Flat. Straight.
Yeah, it's straight.
It looked, but
The elevation profile of a horizontal line would be straight and horizontal, right?
Yeah.
Well, the other day, we had someone that said it was a circle. An elevation profile of a horizontal line is a circle. Right now,
Gotta clip that out, man.
Yeah, I've got a whole video. I've got like tons of this sort of stuff. Like literally, one day, the same guy also said that horizontal and vertical aren't perpendicular. They can't be. He's one of the honest ones. Reciprocal zenith angles. I've heard of that. Can't be perpendicular. Vertical and horizontal. Not allowed to be. And what else? What was the other one? Oh, he did the bob, didn't he? We had level being a shorter distance than the straight line on the horizontal.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that one. He had level, the level line being shorter than the horizontal. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Shorter
so elevation
distance.
profile is a circle. That's that's an instant classic.
Yeah.
Instant.
Yeah, it developed. It started off as a curve upwards, an upwards curving line, and then when pushed, turned into a full circle. Amazing. But you know, that's where these guys have to go. Literally have to. Sloping horizontals. Have you ever heard of a sloping horizontal? Has to. Has to be.
I think that you triggered blue marble science.
In the chat? That's
Yeah.
Yeah, that's J-Ro. Mathematics does something that Blue Marble feels like a very, very small man when he knows that somebody else is a little bit better at mathematics than he is. I think he's getting a little bit old. I don't think the processor's firing as quick. Like Nathan Oakley's PC, the motherboard's getting a little bit fried. A couple of the sticks of RAM aren't quite plugging in, they're failing.
Software's a bit buggy.
Yeah, getting a bit hot. Need to start fitting a few fans to it.
Can't update it anymore.
Yeah, there's like over the last few days in this week, we were saying at the beginning of the year when Nathan Oakley started with his measuring the earth flat, it was getting a bit much, but I mean, over this last week, it is getting crazy. Oh, look at that. Gods is writing lyrics. Buster, you're keeping a note on all of this. You should really get in here, Gods. Insane. Am I the only one motherfucker with a brain? I'm hearing voices, but all they do is complain. It's victim mentality. Oh, they're not yours. Come on, Gods. Yeah, it's good. It makes sense. You can understand where those lyrics came from when you've been around here for a bit. Buster has the insane. We all know you're insane, and that does happen round here. In this arena, once you've listened to these sort of things for too long, you become to think that they are reality. But these guys round here, they're not really in reality. They've built an entire paracosm. These guys have made the arguments up. All of the arguments that you hear within this arena have been generated by the blue marble scientists and the flat earthers' rebuttals to that, and the backwards and forwards. And they've generated a mutually circular form of argumentation where it just goes round and round. It never changes. Same thing, Coriolis. Looking at boats in the distance. Round and round and round. And what we brought in was an argument about level, actual geometric argumentation. But the problem is that geometry actually gives you proof.
Yeah, not looking at lights in the sky and giving them angles and calling them latitudes and
yeah, that's not
that
geometry. You don't be fooled by people measuring angles with tools for measuring angles. That's not geometry. That's a magic trick that's been taught to him by a guy called Al-Biruni. Eratosthenes also used an angle trick. It's a sleight of hand within mathematics. Don't be fooled by it. Come and learn the basics and you'll be able to understand it. We can't just be letting you know this, because what we've found out is that when you say things like level is a straight line on a horizontal plane, there are a group of people that will literally build an argument around that to confuse the shit out of everyone. They're walking around saying horizontal has a curve upwards when you plot it on an elevation profile. They're mad. But it's allowed, it's acceptable within this arena. It's acceptable for flat earthers to just blatantly call people liars and not understand the fucking thing about anything. This is one of the craziest places there is. And I think if you can't, or if you don't have somebody around to be able to help you with any of this sort of stuff, you could go mad on your own easily.
Thank God for my wife.
Yeah, keep you grounded. Because if you are on your own and you've got a little bit of alcohol and you get deep into this thing, this place, I don't know whether you could get back out again. You might just end up living within this paracosm.
Yeah, you shouldn't drink alcohol either.
But you shouldn't do with debate, definitely. You shouldn't attempt to communicate with people while you've been drinking, because it doesn't work. You should definitely not attempt to debate. I mean, like all of these debates, like Nathan Oakley says, right? He's got a show called Flat Earth Debate. And there is no debate. There's no arguments. You can say that, you know, like such and such a person destroyed somebody. But with what? Like, what's the argument? Coming from either side. hard to tell what's going on in this life, let's say, because we are in weird times. The psychological games that have just been played over the last few years are only going to get worse. So yeah, we this little place, this little Discord, is where we've been for quite a while. It's not going to change. We're still going to keep doing what we do, except these conversations obviously have to move out of this arena. It's pretty clear that there's a group of people that we can't talk to. Now, I think we can talk to people, just not these guys that are deep into the flat earth. I think they've forgotten what we're here for. Like, most people came here. I came in here questioning what was going on. Because I came in with that level is a straight line on a horizontal plane from Twitter. I developed that as a saying and came into this arena sort of knowing, let's say, that that globe, the dogmatic globe, isn't really possible. But I came in to try and work out for sure something that, you know, I should have known. I'd gone through college, I'd gone through doing joinery, I'd gone through the building construction, I'd done the surveying. But when challenged, somebody said, how do you prove it? I didn't know. Literally didn't know the answer when challenged. And it was somebody like Fight the Flat Earth. He was calling me a child abuser. And then telling me to prove it. Prove that level's horizontal. So I did. That's what we came here for. To meet all of the people that we needed to meet to be able to do that. Luckily enough, I met spot on. Guy with a similar crazy enough passion to be able to do something that not many people would want to do. People tell us you don't need to do it. It's an axiom. It's not an axiom, is it, if you can prove it? So it's not an axiom. It's something that you can prove to yourself. Now, whether people want it or not. Oh, yeah, miss you. Yeah, I don't know. I've not actually had a word with Heretic. I don't know. Don't know whether it was possible at all, really. But, I mean, they're arguments. Who doesn't want to learn an argument? Flat earthers are a little bit tricky, though, because they've got a vested interest in something that just isn't true. So they've got... Flat earthers have to find a way to be able to thread this needle. They still want to be able to say it's flat. But it just isn't. It's like one of these things within epoche. There's an ability for you to drop the dogma. And if the globe is dogma and the flat is dogma, because you can't prove either of them, then just drop it. It gives you a little bit more freedom. Nobody asks you to explain why flat earthers say something. You can just say, well, I don't know, I'm not a flat earther. Go and ask a flat earther to explain it. Sounds like ridiculous shit that I don't really need to explain. I don't know, like, where the ice wall is. I haven't got a clue. Don't have to explain where the ice wall is or anything. Like most people, they've never even heard of it. It means nothing. Definite elevation change. See, blue's getting into the elevation change. I bet elevation changes prove it's not flat to blue. Not too sure about all triangles show spherical excess. All triangles have 180 degrees, so 0 excess. It's just 180. Yeah. There's certain geometric facts that you can always rely on. Horizontal and vertical are going to be perpendicular all the time. Triangles will always have 180 degrees. And horizontal has 0 slope. It's more context to it. It does look like an all statement.
Are circles parallel? What do you think, Bev? Are circles parallel?
Well, if they are stacked upon each other, then yeah, they could be parallel. The planes that they're on could be parallel. So therefore the circles could be parallel. There could be a position for you, like a wedding cake with all of those tiers. You could have the diameters being parallel type thing if you would have a vertical plane and the horizontals upon it. So, I suppose you could call it. I could call the circles parallel. There was a clip earlier. Let me see if I can get it. McToon decided to bring a thread alive again from 2020. Is that it? Yeah, there you go. This is McToon brought this tweet back alive by commenting at the bottom. It says, you can't measure an angle from a curve. He does dox me, but they do that sort of thing all the time. And I'm talking there to Andrew Ross. I don't know if Andrew Ross is here. He says, yes, I am a qualified offshore navigator. A sextant requires the Earth to be a globe orbiting the sun. Here's a link to a manual that explains the use and basic of why it works. And I say, in 2020, 4 years ago, before Nathan Oakley decided to bring an argument in with 10th Man, sold him a ridiculous argument about sextants. You can see I was talking about it before that. And I say, sextants measure angles from the horizontal. You can't measure an angle from a curve. There you go. That was me in 2020. Now, for some reason, McToon decided to bring it back. And he's talking about Euclid Book 3, Proposition 18. He's not even going for 316. He's going for 318. So that means he's already bypassed 316. He must be going, that's okay. He thinks the curve's added later somehow in 318. So just be prepared for that, right? McToon has a defense, a Euclid defense to measuring an angle to a curve. Now, Nathan Oakley's not going to tell you that. If you ever meet McToon in a debate, if anybody does want to meet McToon in a debate, come and have a chat. We can teach you a few little things, give you a few little clips for you to play for him or of him. But yeah, that one's for the Nathan Oakley fans and for 10th Man. If you're watching 10th,
usually they bring it down to a point.
Say again.
Ryan?
Maybe she was maybe hot mic. I don't know.
Yeah, might be struggling. Yeah, so 2020, 4 years ago, there's a guy called Bev Try Thinking on Twitter talking about an angle measurement, and you can't measure an angle from a curve. Sounds familiar, doesn't it? Nathan Oakley might have used it a few years later. Don't know where he got it from. Maybe he got it from somebody who was talking about geometry a few years before he was.
Got it from oh my god, the dude, I think he was an FE. Oh my god, I'm brain farting. Let me look it up real quick. I'll tell you the dude he got it from. Rob Parker, maybe?
Well, at the beginning when 10th Man and not Nathan Oakley,
bro,
Sleeping Warrior, when all of those used to come round here, when they were doing the Black Swan, when we were telling QE, when Emma told QE to mind his P's and Q's, 10th Man was having little Skype meetings with me and Brian's Logic about the
he got it from you.
Yeah.
And he got it from you and Rob Durham, bro. You and Rob Durham. That's where he got it from.
Yeah, 10th Man got his whole sextant thing from conversations that we were having early on. That's where 10th Man's got the latitude thing from, because that's what we were talking about. I told him then, you can't prove a flat earth with an angle. Ridiculous. But he still managed to push it. He sold it to Nathan Oakley. Anyone seen 10th recently? Don't think so. It'd be good if 10th
I
Man
haven't heard
could come
from
back.
What happened to him?
He can't justify an argument that he made up to Nathan Oakley, and it became apparent that you can do fuck all with an angle. And 10th Man,
He's done a Jesse Kozlowski.
He has, yeah.
Yeah, I
He
was
did
gonna
sound
say,
a bit like
yeah.
Jesse Kozlowski, didn't he?
I don't think he's Jesse, but maybe. But yeah, he's hanging out with Jesse Kozlowski, Rob.
He's not.
Appeared like Jesse did. That's funny. We all thought that at the same time, right when you said it.
Do you want? Let me. I'll give you. I'll do one video, right? There's one little clip. Let me see if I can get it here. Oh, there is one I got today. Here we go. Oh, wait a minute. Listen to this.
No, but level is curved.
Right, hear it again?
No, but level is curved.
Oh, who's that? Sounds like Nathan Oakley saying that level's curved, doesn't it? Why would he do that?
Yeah.
So the Earth's not flat and level is curved. I got that off him today. He said that today for us. Thanks, Nathan. Let me just get this. Tell me who this sounds like.
Away, the level surface drops down from the horizontal plane at a rate of 8 inches times the distance in miles squared.
And it's not Mike Jones.
Maybe he said that, dude. Like he literally has to live with that for the rest of his life.
Doesn't it sound like Brenda? Not
a lot, man.
Does
Maybe
that
a
not
little.
sound like Brenda?
I tried to hear it from you with your ears, but man, I don't get it, man. I can't make the connection, man. Maybe.
You have to
Yes
see the
and no.
pictures. Similar
I'm with you,
jawline.
Bev. I'm with you, Bev. But I can't say for sure.
But by the way,
They do sound similar.
Yes, but now we can see Brenda, let's say online, on journalism, and we can compare faces. So I would say that it's not the same face. I think
it's not. They do have a similar accent, though.
Yeah, it's
Got
very
a similar jawline. Just imagine, put a beard on Brenda, a little goatee.
Jawline.
Maybe. Who knows?
Do you reckon Brenda would do that? Get a bit of a beard? Let's have a look. I reckon they'd look similar. There might be a way of bringing Jesse back. Or 10th man. You know, it doesn't really matter. There are questions that have been left open because of people that have, you know, said some stupid shit and then left. QE can't even justify his fallacious modus tollens. Nathan Oakley can't talk about it. 10th man's not around to talk about his sextant thing. Jesse Kozlowski's not around to talk about how he bullshitted everybody about being a surveyor. Jeff, the guy that probably doesn't live in Maine, he's not around. Who else is there? Larry Scott, the white rhino of the globe surveying community. Sadly, I think he's going senile. Maybe dementia. Hard to tell. Broken minds. There's nobody around here. Nobody can communicate anything. All we can do is talk about what happens in reality and prove stuff in reality. That's all we can do. You can listen to people talking shit about things that they haven't got a clue about, and they readily admit they've not got a clue. They've never done it. No practical experience of anything that they're talking about. Yet they've learned a flat earth argument. Well, there is no flat earth arguments. Just the same as there's no globe earth arguments. There's only arguments from reality.
Yeah, because you have two arguments that kind of disrupt both sides.
Yeah, they're not from those sides, though, are
yeah,
they?
exposing the false dichotomy. Thanks, Beth.
Me flat earther, so I just wore it with pride, dude. You know, but no, I don't think the Earth is flat. Like as far as measuring it, you know, obviously, but I just wear the title. I don't disagree with anything you say.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't disagree with anything Bev says. You know, Bev, I see he's, you know, with Nathan and all them, man, provoking him and shit. It pisses me off every time I hear him doing that. I don't think they should have made a big fight over it all in the first place, you know. And Bev's going to stick to his facts and his proofs and shit, man. If you don't understand that, man, then oh well, you know. I don't argue with nothing Bev says, man, because he's technical.
I don't have to argue with you either, Brian. I mean, I don't have to argue with Rob. Like the progression is a forward progression. Any sort of arguments that we're having, well, they're only help us improve our arguments, right? We can still continue going forward. That's what I don't get about Nathan. Why he has to halt the progression.
That's why Bev has a non-geometric globe.
Yeah, just like Brian's logic's fucking flat. Right? It's just an aspect to him. It's the same as the globe that everybody else has. In reality, that 99% that you imagine of people, they have that non-geometric globe.
I'm gonna call it one word, just a tiz globe.
Tiz globe,
just one word though. If you ask me what it is, it's a tiz globe.
Well, if you put the globe in frantic bunny ears, right? You know what that means, don't you? Frantic bunny ears around something.
Yep.
Well, tiz globe. Nobody's going to argue with you because it has to be. That's the thing. The end outcome always has to be globe. We're living in 2024. Get real. People have got this ingrained into them. And when you realise that it gets locked in when you're about 7, and if there's a globe in there, in that child, then it's never going to go. You can't get rid of it. You can't extract it from you. You can get people to question it, but it's still going to be there. It's locked in within the child mind, in the place before logic, before you got chance to reason anything for yourself. They place this thing in your mind. And the moment logic starts, the moment you become able to process logic for yourself, that globe that's in there gets locked in. You can't get back to it. It existed in your mind in a place before you could reason. So you can't get it out.
It is weird, Bev. It's locked in. It's deep. It's buried deep in there. Like, it is a transformation though when you start thinking logically, like in shaking the imagination part. It's a process almost. I remember the transition, man. It's hard to explain.
Yeah, it can be a painful process, right? Because you really have to question yourself, and that's the hard part. Being able to question yourself, because you've been told that all these people have already done it. You know, you've been given this shit that they've already done for you, but learning to do it for yourself, that's a hard time.
That with myself for going this many years and not even considering another possibility. Like, I was upset with myself, but I got over it. You know, you get over shit like that.
Yeah, embedded. I quite like the idea of that. That's a good word. Thanks, Gods. Globes embedded. Well, I don't have it, so you know, I consider myself, you know, free from it. But from my experience, right, and I'm not joking about this, it seems like the easiest people to talk to are the people that had problems when they were schooling. There was something that went on when they were in school, and their minds weren't in that process. They weren't in there. There's something innate that stopped them from having a usual learning process. And I think That's the mind, the logical mind fighting the contradictions that were given to you as a child. If you couldn't
That's
process
great
it,
insight,
it could
man.
be nonsense. But as you get
That's really
older,
good insight, man.
well, as you get older, you believe that you weren't clever enough. But you get to this sort of age and you realize that that might have been something that helped you, because you're not as indoctrinated. You don't have as much of that stuff embedded into you. So you don't have as many bricks in the wall to break down.
Think about it, though, man. Think about it. In school, they called us disruptive, like just for asking questions, and that's probably the type you mentioned of. If I'm thinking right, like the people who ask questions and were labeled like disruptive in school. That's a hell of a good point. Like your logic side trying to come out, but even still today, they label us as disruptive. So it's that's a hell of an insight, man. I never thought of it like that.
Yeah, well,
Our
what you've got
logic
to do
trying to
is
come to the surface.
you've got to feel like not sorry for them, but you've got to be able to understand that if somebody's got a globe locked in and it's in the childhood mind, then you struggle to get it out of them, right? Or you'll struggle to even have a conversation about it because it's in the mind in a place that before reason, so you can't really get there. In the conversation. So you've got to be accepting of that. Whereas what I see a lot within these arenas is people calling people, it's ad hom, right, of people where they call them stupid, retarded, or, all of these different names. And that's not needed. That doesn't help anybody within the communication to be able to understand each other. It just shuts it down. You're never going to go, you're never going to win a conversation by shouting at people and calling them names. It's never going to work. Everybody, most of the people around here are the people that do ask questions. That's this arena. It's filled with people that have got inquisitive minds. You don't get here if you've not got an inquisitive mind, and that goes for the globe guys too. It's just that if you're a globe guy and you come into it and you meet a stupid flat earther who says some ridiculous shit like the earth's measured flat, and you ask them why, how, and they just say it is, you moron, or something like that, well, you're not likely to go, well, the earth's flat then, isn't it? It's not a globe. It's never going to happen. You have to be able to communicate about something that you have a common ground with. And flat earth and globe earth just don't have common ground. They can't even come on the common ground of reality.
As soon as you call it not a globe, you're a flat earther in their eye.
Yeah, and that adds the sides, doesn't it? Betty's side rule gets into play.
Rule.
And Paige says the vector for gravity is straight down. Goes up as well though, doesn't it? Vertical. It's up and down. These guys will tell you. You get a helium balloon, it goes up. Same thing. It's all vertical. And up and down is only relative to your position. So that's on the vertical, but relative to where you are. So up and down are relative to you, your location. Vertical is what you should be calling it. or I do anyway. Vertical is something that everyone can agree on. Again, if the new way forward is to find common ground with people, that I think is what annoys the false dichotomy. Is annoyed with the fact that we can find common ground. I can find common ground with like my dad. He has this globe. He's not a flat earther. He lives on the globe. But he also knows that level's horizontal. There are people out there that do that. Most people do it.
And that doesn't make him a child abuser?
Well, he doesn't consider himself a child abuser.
Good.
Like, not many people do. It's just these globe guys think that because the narrative that's been set and nobody's bothered telling them, right? This is the thing. When I came into it, I came into it with Fight the Flat Earth calling me a child abuser because I'd said level is horizontal. Level is a straight line on horizontal plane. Nobody told Fight the Flat Earth to stop doing that. He lost his Twitter account, and that probably caused him to block me, so he doesn't continue doing it.
To a liar himself, that guy. Type.
Mr.
Not hard to spot.
42's got a subscription. Well done. Memberships. Who is that? Maxie. No. What's his name? Who's the guy that got a thing from here? Dave. Is it Dave? Dave McKeegan. He's got a channel membership from here, you know. They're all listening in.
Okay.
Sneaky in the background.
Dude,
thanks to God.
Everybody can learn from this. I don't care who you are. If you listen to this channel, you're going to learn stuff, period. Unless you just got too much pride, you know. And like pride is pretty much, I don't know, man. If you drop your pride and open your ears, and we'll all learn something, you know. I listening to this channel and everybody going over the logic, the geometry.
Yeah, learning logic is one of the most eye-opening things that I've gained from this arena. It's opened up so many conversations and the ability to be able to process things much clearer and quicker.
Feels like yesterday when Paper brought it up and brought up that he was going to go over the what you call it, I forgot, but I remember you arranging it with him, you know, setting it up to start on Mondays or Wednesdays. I forgot the day, but I remember with Paper and you first discussed it, the logic. What do you call that? What we were studying.
You might be thinking of Raven.
Yeah, Raven. Sorry.
Yeah, sorry.
But what do you call that again? What's it called?
The trivium.
The trivium.
Yeah. Yeah, that was
Seems
Raven.
like
Thanks, Raven. He brought us that a fair bit ago. But like Nathan Oakley and these guys, they didn't come on that journey with us. There was only us that went on that journey. We offer it to everyone to come and do these university courses and stuff, to go over all of that stuff.
Yes, and for example, now, because now we know how logic works and grammar, we know, for example, that statement that Earth is measured flat in Nathan Oakley's statement is false because they are confusing measuring something on horizontal with measuring from horizontal. So it is different predication, because you are not predicating on, that we are doing on something or within something, but from something.
Paper, if they would just admit it and get past it, we could all be kumbaya again. But they're just stuck on calling the fictitious baseline the measured flat Earth.
I think that Brian's logic gets it, but he is very polite with Nathan Oakley, because he needs to tread lightly, very lightly.
He's getting tired of their bullshit, though.
Yes, I think so. That he understands that it is intrinsically flawed argument, and it is in grammar. This is grammar error. I would name it that way. Grammar error. Because
Yeah, wouldn't you say that's an identity error? Error
Also,
within the
yes.
identity.
Yes, because measuring on is not the same as measuring from. So there are two different situations, because if you are measuring on horizontal, so you are within your reference. But if you are measuring from horizontal, you are leaving your reference.
Yeah, but you're right. We're all assuming, though, that like everybody knows the geometry like we do, or however, whoever knows it better than me. For sometimes we assume that everybody understands it, but Brian's the smartest guy over there. Mathematically speaking, and maybe in other ways too, but he's definitely understands the geometry of it. So he's not going to make these claims because he's smarter than them guys. And I feel like he'll come around, dude, because he's going to get tired of watching how people get treated over there and just have these subtle disagreements. But Brian definitely understands the mathematics and the geometry of it, man. So he'll only go so far with his claims, and he'll draw his own lines,
They've been sold just recently, though, millions. Like somebody's told them that flat Earth is gonna kick off, or it's gonna become trending or something. But I mean, I'm not too sure. I think that's what they're waiting for. Brian's hoping that he can run the coattails of Nathan Oakley, and then sort of take him, I think, just sort of be one of the experts on the panel.
Yeah, but he is the expert on the panel, if you want to call him that. I mean, he's the only one bringing the mathematical arguments, but not technical like he should be. But he used to get out and go places, and he grew pretty good. He could. Nathan's obviously not going to grow. I don't think so. But Brian, he used to get out, but then he shut down like either side of the argument. He used to. Be on board with ideas and stuff, man. And you don't have to agree with anything to consider it and debate it or talk about it. And when people start shutting aspects of ideas down, it just makes you, it just puts you in a box. And unfortunately, Brian's stuck in that box. You don't have to agree with everything to branch out. But if you're over there on Oakley's channel, you're locked in. You either yes, sir, no, sir, you agree, or you get pounced on, man. And he's just going to be stuck in that box. I hate to see it happen, man.
Well, I mean, can we admit that as far as this flat Earth and globe Earth goes, there are no experts? Because it's not a topic. The flat Earth and globe Earth has just been generated within this arena. It's not a topic anywhere. Experts. There's no specialist subject, so nobody can be an expert at it. And if they are an expert at it, they're an expert at the narrative within this arena.
You're right. There's no professional globe earthers or professional flat earthers. Like, we all bring a certain part of it, like I've used auto levels my whole life and measured little areas flat and stuff. And then you got people who look at who do cell nav and stuff like that. But yeah, you there's no globe Earth experts or flat Earth experts. If it fits the bill close at all, it'd be us in our own little communities, but really there's no such thing. I agree.
Yeah, I'm not going to be claiming I'm an expert on flat Earth or globe Earth. And the only other thing is reality, right? And I'm definitely not an expert in that. Like, who's going to claim to be an expert in reality? That's just not available. We're all just here just talking about and communicating about things in reality. There's no experts, and you can't claim that as an expert. Although you could refer to somebody who knows more about a particular subject. If that helped, then you could involve them in that particular thing. I don't like the idea of, people being classed as he knows more than somebody else on a topic that is just reality.
I would only class them in topics, so like in certain subjects, and that'd be opinion, obviously. But yeah, overall, if you classify reality, yeah, there's anybody who claims they're an expert in reality is I probably wouldn't listen to a word they had to say after that. No experts in reality. Maybe some experts in math, experts in, like I said, surveying, experts in subjects, but yeah, in reality, no way.
Yeah, in different fields, perhaps specialist subjects, and that's why it's good to have a group of people, like as many different people as possible, because then you get a wide range of people to draw from, to pool together. That's why On the Level's such a great place. So many different types of people, and like nobody really cares about this flat or globe here. It doesn't matter. Drop the model and just start talking about stuff that happens in reality. There's no win or lose here. Try and make inclusion. Let's try and get people together.
It puts you in a precarious, like a bad position in between where the bullies of each side kind of jump on you, man. Like when you're not only claiming what's in reality, and very specific about your claims, very, very specific. And yet you still have people arguing them, trying to broaden your arguments in their fashion, and I don't like it. I don't like watching, especially Nathan, man. Like you could tell there was people getting tired of when you're trying to have a polite conversation with them, just to address situations and dude, he won't even let you talk. I could tell people are getting tired of that bullshit, man.
Yeah, I think once he's one of the turning points. You've heard Lumpy. Did you see that bit? Have you been watching them? Because a lot of people have turned away from Nathan.
When did Lumpy? Tell me what happened. I'm not aware of it.
You know Lumpy Gas in a Vacuum, right? Or you've heard the name.
I love that name.
Yeah. Well, he super chatted Nathan a lot, right? So you've heard the name when Nathan reads it out over the years, right? But never actually heard him. He's just been well, at least I've never really heard him before. I don't know whether he had actually been on or not. So he does a comment in the chat, and he super chats Nathan and says, can we have a word about this measurement and reference? And Nathan reads it out and laughs a little bit. And then another comment comes in the chat from Lumpy and says, no, I'm serious. I'd like to have a conversation about this. And Nathan sort of, acts like whatever. And then the next thing you know, Lumpy's actually in the thing saying to Nathan, look, Nathan, in reality, right, as we're working, what you do is you establish the measure from. So you don't measure the reference. You establish the reference and measure from it. So you can't measure the reference. And that's what Lumpy was trying to tell Nathan.
Nathan Oakley thinks that mean sea level is a flat plane that covers the entire Earth.
Yeah.
I mean, no matter how many times you try to tell the dumbass it's a fucking point specific, and yeah, of course we get references from that. But he thinks that just every mean sea level makes a flat and level Earth. Like, it's ridiculous to make that claim in the first place.
Well, that's what Lumpy was saying, right? Look, so Lumpy, out of the goodness of his heart, right? Pretty much the similar of us, right? We've been trying to tell Nathan, this measured flat, it won't work. Doesn't matter how many times you tell people to say it, because it's not true. It just doesn't sound good. You can't tell people to say something if it's not true. And Lumpy was going in there saying, look, Nathan, I'm not happy with this because I don't consider you measuring the reference. We work in reality. We know that you establish the reference and then measure from it or to it. You know, like one way or the other, you reference your measurement to the reference. You don't measure the reference.
Yeah, exactly. Do you know when this was? I'd like to hear that. Do you know when it was?
His computer went down, and it was the day before his computer went down, and he's been back. So maybe a week ago or so. I think it went down it might have been like last Friday or something. Don't know what it was called. Somebody asked me for it earlier if anybody's in the chat here now. And they were the ones that asked me. So I think it was Saragaki. Because he said he'd like to hear it as well. You know, how Nathan reacted to it. But I felt bad for Lumpy. Because Nathan, he turned on him. It sounded bad.
Yeah, that's what he does. He's got no respect for any of them guys, man. I almost made a video of him telling Arwen and all them, even Eli, not
well, I think
tell them all to shut up.
Was it the day? No, it wasn't the day with that.
Tells them shut up and really disrespects them, dude. Every one of them, and they're all scared to freaking. You could tell there's some things they don't agree about, but they're scared to speak up, man. It seems like anyway. But then again, if you get treated like that, I can't blame them. But I just don't know why they stay locked into that one and only position. Like you go around to other rooms, you go to 24/7, you go to Nathan's, you go to Earth Awakening. I mean, you go around, you'd have debates on Modern Day Debate. You listen to what everybody has to say. And like I said, Brian's Logic used to do that. Adam used to do that. And now, man, it's like they're just locked in. And all they want to do is listen to each other. And I give kudos to Lumpy, man. And the elder bear and you for trying to, have a discussion, have a debate.
Well,
but it never works out like that.
Right? We know, right? We're not flat earthers, but in this arena, it's needed. Like, people need somebody like Nathan Oakley. Like, what are all of those people that like Nathan Oakley? What are they gonna do? Nathan looks like he's on a downhill thing, and he's so into his argument that he's doing. These work in like 2-year segments. They had the Fallacious Modus Tollens, QE calls the Black Swan, for a couple of years. Then they did the Sextant for 10th Man for a couple of years. Both of those have left. They've been ridiculed, really. So Nathan Oakley's starting this year with it's measured flat. They've slowly gone downhill, and there's not too many people around for Nathan Oakley now.
Very few of his arguments work outside of that room. People get to talk. I'm not going to say none of them. I'm going to say not. You know what I'm saying? Though his debate points. But not many of them work. I ain't gonna say none of them work, but most of them don't work in open forum. They just flat out don't work. If somebody can speak back to you, if it's two-way communication, they don't work. It goes deeper. He just keeps it at surface level. He tries cutting it off at the ankles, and won't let it even get to the freaking shins or the knees, much less have an actual conversation about it. There's a couple of them that are all right, but most of them are straw men, and anybody will find that out if they go outside of that room and try and debate it with Globers.
We're doing the 8 inches per mile squared thing at the minute as well. Don't know whether you heard that one. Nathan Oakley and Adam and all of that decided that they were going to correct it to a more correct number. I don't know what they were thinking. But we've been pointing out that, if you go, it's 8 inches per mile squared, right? It's called a quadratic formula. Now, I probably expect that what the drop distance of the half mile is, right, Brian?
Quadratic, 2 inches.
There you go. Right, so if you then go to the half mile point after dropping 2 inches, and you then establish a new one and go for the other half mile,
then.
You've only dropped 4 inches, right?
Yep.
Well,
then it'd go down to a half inch.
But it's meant to be 8 inches over a mile.
Yeah, it doesn't work.
You do it in 2 halves, you've only done 2 twos. So that's just call it a logical problem. Doesn't take much for you to come to a place of aporia, right? There's no way to solve that equation when you look at it that way. And therefore, the quadratic equation that has been given to everybody has no way to relate to reality, because if you're surveying, let's say, pretend that this is a real thing, then if you say 50 meter foresight, 50 meter backside, 100 meters, you've got 16 of those, and the drop for each 100 meters is 0.78 of a millimeter, then you add 16 of those together, you're not even at half an inch. So the practicality of this quadratic equation, when you try to relate it to reality, shows it's impossible. You can't make that 8 inches if you actually try measuring it in incremental things. If you break it up into bits, you can't get to 8 inches.
That's the point I tried to make a long time ago on Jose's. Like, when they're talking about parent is one thing, but like when we were talking about LIGO, I know there's a whole different topic, but I said, apply that to LIGO. If you got 8 inches of drop, or let's say you got 2 miles, and then so you're going to have like 32 inches. But then if you go halfway, then it doesn't work. Like you're saying, just in a nutshell, it doesn't work in reality. It might work for one position apparently, but when you start trying to apply it to reality, it breaks down.
Yeah, it's a quadratic. But because of the function of the quadratic makes the half distance a quarter, you'll never be able to marry it up if you do it in incremental things, which is how you would do it if you were doing it in reality with these tools. Like, you always measure in incremental. You'd never do it in a mile in one go. You could auto level, you could differential level for that distance, couldn't you? But it'd be up to you how many turns you were doing. How accurate your tool was and how confident you were in the terrain and all of that sort of stuff.
They say that when you change the angle, it changes that it changes the drop, that it works from the one position, it just that you're changing angle. I mean, it's still, I don't think it works.
The only way you can
whether
make
they have
it
an
work,
explanation or not.
The only way you could make it work is to not have horizontals being parallel. But horizontals are parallel.
Yeah, exactly. If you're in the middle of a 1 mile straight tube, whatever, straight wall, and you've got 2 inches of drop one way and 2 inches of drop the other way, in what reality is it going to be 8 inches from one end to the other of drop? I mean, I hear their explanation and all that, but in reality, that's just not reality. It doesn't make sense. And then it depends on what side you look at it from. You go to one side, it's dropping 8 inches. Then you go to the other side, and it's dropping 8 inches that way. It's like, so basically, you could make a zigzag wall back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, and get like 60 feet of drop or something, just going back and forth.
Yeah. We've got Ajax. Come on in. Give him send him the link. Come on. He wants to talk about the 8 inches per mile squared and how you actually measure this in reality. Come and tell
remember
tell
Jesse?
us.
Jesse told us it's measurable.
Yeah.
Have you
tried measuring it?
We've been doing it wrong the whole time, dude. What I was supposed to do is when I'm laying, I got to deduct. I forgot to deduct all this curvature from the actual horizontal, you know. I've been doing it wrong my whole life, dude. Everything I've ever built, I guess, has been like concave or something. I guess all these slabs and the seawall I built, I guess they're all concave or something. Because I haven't been deducting, 8 inches extra. I've never done that.
Mr. Tummy's in the chat. It's not flat. Mr. Tummy, I know, nice name. It's not flat. There's nobody that concludes it's flat. So sorry. We can prove that the 18.
Wait, Bev.
Who's that?
When it's wrong. It's flat. What's he talking about? It's flat.
How do you conclude it's flat? He says.
Yeah. What's the it?
The Earth. You need the Earth to be flat. Religion, anti-science, conspiracy in brackets. I don't know who needs that. I don't know. We don't know who he's talking to. Whether they just like to be able to come in these chats to do that. They might be presuming that this is a flat Earth channel. We're not confined to that stupidity. Sorry.
A warning to anybody who wants to come in. When you come in here with your claims, they better be on point and very specific.
Who says that, Mr. Tummy? Because I'm not aware of anybody doing that. You just seem to be making stuff up. We're not claiming it's flat. So don't just come in the chat saying that somebody's claiming it. Give us the clip of who claimed that you're talking about. They struggle pretty badly because they say none of you has the reasoning to backing up your beliefs. Interesting. Come in, Ajax. There's no belief needed. I have no need for beliefs. I put them in the epoche box. I'm in, Eric. Is he in?
I have no idea.
There's no new people in the landing, unless you're already in here. Nope.
Maybe he's thinking about.
Oh, he means
YouTube
he's
tests.
in there. We can prove the dogmatic globe. Ajax, come on in. You want a proof of the dogmatic globe? We can give you that. I can make you bend. I can make you bend a horizontal. Would that be proof of a dogmatic globe? Has to be, right?
You can bend horizontal.
Yeah. I can make you say that horizontal and vertical won't be perpendicular. Would that be proof of a dogmatic globe? If you were willing to say that you couldn't have a horizontal from point A to point B, would that be proof of a dogmatic globe? Because I could help you do that. Definitely. You might even want to go the full way and go for a shorter distance than a straight line. Sphericalize your pie. You never know. You never know what might happen.
Collins, I wanted to run by you, man. I forgot, man. I'm trying
By
to
the way,
remember it.
sorry, because this Ajax is making a claim. Water at rest conforms to the shape of a ball, and shape of a ball would be the bottom. So it is not true, because water level surface does not conform to the bottom. So I don't why it should be conforming to shape of a ball.
Yeah.
That's
not true for the case of a water level.
Yeah.
Like, that could be easily falsified by using a water level. But you're the one that made the claim.
Oh yeah, Bev, I remembered. What do you think of this, man? If the Earth is a sphere, then there's an if-then subject. So if the Earth is a sphere, then the highest point, but no, that any point of any observation point. Wow, one more try. If the Earth is a sphere, then the highest point in between any observation point would be the middle. How am I trying to word this? Help me with the wording, okay? So basically what I'm trying to say is anything you look at, any point you look at in the distance, if the Earth is a sphere, then in the middle will be the highest point in between the two. Can you think of a better way to word that? And
yes,
what do you think?
I know what are you talking about. And this is, by the way, the paradox described in this Decello on the heavens. It is just written down. This paradox.
Is it valid?
There. Yes. So this paradox is known for over 2,000 years, because on this, if you have this gravity and the ball, etc., whatever, and it is to the center of the Earth, it means that if you have by accident level surface not conforming to the curvature, but just straight line or just plane, and if you have this perfect plane, and if you put drop on the edge of that plane somewhere, it has to go to the center.
The middle.
It has to go to the center because it is the lowest point in that model. And even more, because this it has some size, of course. So it means that even if this plane is not a plane, but has a bulge in the center, this drop will still go to the center, because it would be let's say, a smaller radius.
Right.
Because if the center of this plane, it has bulge, so it is no longer plane, of course. But if this bulge is smaller than radius of the Earth, of this globe, the drop will go uphill to that point. Because if you start from the edge, and edge is surface,
Right.
so it is higher according to them.
It's higher, but water is gonna fall towards it. I get you.
So it is paradox because
Yeah.
water to go lower, it has to go higher. It is a requirement in that model. And this is paradox. You cannot resolve that. This is
I
just
brought that up.
idiocy.
I described it like this, paper. Like, so if you have a 10-mile, let's just say like a lake or something with a gradual drop, and in the middle it's like 30 feet or whatever it is, to keep, to conform to the 8 inches per mile square, whatever. So you have so it's perfectly straight. So on a globe, it's certain depth in the middle. Okay. So what they're saying basically is that that concave bowl that holds in the lake, the gradual bowl is straight and flat, and the water on top is curving. So when in reality, in my reality, the water would be flat, and the basin would be curving, and that's how I've always described that. It's like it's backwards. It's back. So I see what you're saying. So uphill, you'd be basically traveling uphill to get to the middle, but yet water would flow as if it were going downhill to that high spot.
Yes,
That is a
because
paradox.
it would be lower because it is going lower according to the radius in this middle of this plane or whatever. You can imagine anything. It will
Would
it
you
will
say that's
happen
valid?
everywhere. So everywhere it would apply. It doesn't matter how big this plane would be, or even not plane. It can be even convex. But if it is lower than current radius should be, it should go down. So it should go up to the center. This is just idiocy, but okay, this is their model. This is proving dogmatic model.
So I'll say it like that. So if the Earth is a sphere, then the highest point between you and any point should be in the middle. So is that a valid modus tollens or whatever you call it?
I have to think about that.
All right. I'll try it one last time. I know I keep saying it, but I'm trying to refine it a little bit. So I'll say it like this and finalize it. If the Earth is a sphere, then the middle
sorry,
of any two points will be
Brian,
high.
Sorry.
Yeah.
You can say sphere, but it is insufficient because water would behave on a dogmatic globe because of gravity. So you have to say something about this gravity to the center.
Okay, yeah, I got you. Or I do it like this. So if the Earth is a sphere, between any 2 points, a straight line between the middle of any two, the middle between any 2 points
on the surface.
On the surface will be the highest point. Still seems like I could word it better. I'm kind of working on it.
You need to bring Sagitta into it.
Yeah.
The greatest Sagitta distance would be at the center point.
Highest, okay, the greatest. Give me a minute. I'm gonna work on it in my head instead of out loud.
So everything that would be less than sagitta distance would be considered as going down. Simple. Because it is less than radius. So anything you subtract from radius value, so it doesn't need to be full sagitta. So this distance between chord line and surface of the sphere. You can just go a bit or in the middle between sagitta and surface, and it will be still going down.
The Earth is a sphere, then the shortest distance between any 2 points is a tunnel.
On the with this on the heavens, this treaty, let's say, it is just said that this chord line is named hollow line. Hollow, it's hollow.
Yeah, I can agree with the tunnel. That's for darn sure.
Came up, that popped in my head and made me laugh before I could even. Here, we'll do it reverse. If the shortest distance between 2 points is a tunnel, then you live in a mucked up world.
Yeah, or a big hill. If it's worth making the tunnel, then it's a fucking big hill that you can't either go round or over.
So really, if the shortest distance between 2 points is a tunnel, then you're staring at a mountain.
I've got a good one. How do you make 2 + 2 = 8?
How?
You measure the drop distance over 2 half miles.
Oh my God.
On a dogmatic model. You imagine that you're measuring 2 half-mile drop distances. I mean, it gets really difficult when, like, Slice Barkane did his 16 times 100 meter water level thing. I think he's not going to do it because that sort of exposes the flaw in this calculation. That it can't be related to reality in any way. Just, it's all right as long as you can keep it in your mind as a calculation. But the moment you try to apply that to measurements in reality, it just fails. So most of the people that bring these arguments up, you can tell that they've never had to apply any of this reasoning to reality. They've just lived within this argument. No practical ability of anything. Never picked up a tool. Never even set one up. Never even placed an auto level on top of a tripod. They've never even set a tripod up.
Never bought PVC glue.
Yeah. What's the longest distance they've measured? A tape measure. 5 meter tape measure or something like that. I mean, who knows? They might have put a shelf up. They might have put a level on a shelf. But for some people, that might be too much. Get somebody else to do it.
I was thinking about a picture.
Yeah. Yeah, but that's normally just one nail, isn't it?
Wait, I've heard someone talking about a book on the shelf. It was Sean Hawkins, I think, with Flat Earth Math on his initial, let's say, stream. Something like that. I've heard that.
Even with a nail, you have the balance.
Bookshelf for that.
It was like a thought experiment, I think. It was a long time ago, so I can't remember exactly what he said, but he was talking about thought experiment and books on the shelf. Yes, it was.
I thought he was
Sean
talking about it. The
Hawkins.
shelf is. I thought he said that the shelf. He was trying to prove that. He said that the shelf. No, well, like it's flat or something, but that doesn't mean that it's level or something. He was saying that if he had a crooked shelf or something, does that? He said it's still flat, but that doesn't. I thought he was trying to prove a point about flat not necessarily meaning level, but making a fool of himself instead. That was a long time ago.
Yeah.
We've got someone who's been, for context, I have been surveying and measuring geometry daily as a profession for many years. You've got to close your brackets. I've heard a lot of people make many claims about being a surveyor. Come in and have a chat.
Measuring geometry? What does it mean?
Professionally. It's as a profession. We've been here, obviously. We've got a test that proves level is a straight line on a horizontal plane. That a straight line lies within the plane. And we've been asking people for their method, just the method, to be able to measure this drop over distance with the quadratic function. And nobody can give us any methods because it seems like nobody understands surveying at all. Least of all, the flat earthers.
Who was it that said recently that you shoot out a mile in increments, and then when you get to the end, you add 8 inches to it, and that'll be a straight line? Somebody said that recently. I think you know. I think you might remember who it was. Somebody said you add 8 inches of elevation to what you measured level across the ground, and that'll be a straight line. Like whoever said that, I forgot who it was, but it's ridiculous, and they're serious about that.
Ajax there, yeah, you can roll a ball on the floor. And Ajax, if you've got a ball and it's not rolling, there's either something blocking it or the surface it's on might be horizontal with no slope. Yeah, you go half a mile and measure 2 inches, and then you go the next half a mile and get 6, because that's the
here it is,
way
Bev.
it works.
Got it, Bev. You got 2 tracks next to each other, right? One of them is on a globe, on the surface of a globe, and one of them is a half mile. The one right next to it is a mile. So you let them go at the same time, and the one that's on the 1 mile track has got more slope. It's got 4 inches to the half mile, so it goes faster than the one that stops at a half mile because it's only 2 inches of drop to the half mile. So the ball on the 1 mile track rolls twice as fast.
No, because the first half mile would be the same on both of them.
You can say that this is paradox because of the you can use in this thought experiment you can use one item or one ball or whatever.
There you go.
Because
yeah, he's right. You're right.
You can say in this paradox you can say that this ball is dropping at the same time 4 inches per mile squared and 8 inches per mile squared.
Yeah, what you do.
Yeah.
Go ahead. I'm sorry, Paper. I thought you was done.
No, go on.
Yeah, so what you do is you start one ball at the beginning and one ball right at the middle. So they both go half a mile. You got a 1 mile track on a perfectly level surface on a globe, and they both got to go they both got to go half a mile. So the one you start in the middle will go twice as fast than the one from beginning to the middle. Is that still fallacious, Beb?
What I do is set off from each end. Because one of them will go 2 inches to the centre and the other one will go drop 2 inches to the centre. Yet when they continue, they've both got to get 6. But where they've come from's only been 2. Impossible, right?
Say that again. You clipped at the very beginning. Can you start that over? I want to picture that.
Start from each end. You'll meet at the middle. Both of them will have dropped 2 inches.
Straight line in a globe reality. That's hard to imagine, man.
The continuation of the 2 inches, once they meet, have to then become 6. Doesn't it? With the continuation of it. It's just impossible. But, you know, these guys have got it. It's a mathematical formula. They'll sort it out. You can do it with maths.
Now I know what you mean by them going crazy, like possibly like their motherboard, or no, like them in their old age, like starting to lose it. Like now I think
broken minds.
Yes, Ajax, we agree. A ball isn't a paradox.
Yep, that's true.
But you can use paradox by proving that the Earth is a sphere.
Yeah, that quadratic equation, right? That becomes a paradox if you try and relate it to reality, as we've just explained with the 2 inches to the center. But the continuation is 6 inches. But I mean, that can't be true.
Yes, and the same thing with the drop going down and up at the same time. So it is paradox, just contradiction, because of course things cannot go up and down at the same time. That's why it is called paradox.
That's why logic's needed to be able to reason these things, and I think it's lost. It's gone.
Yes, and because of that paradox, for example, we know that ball or spherical Earth with this gravity to the center is impossible, because you can create paradox. Not only you can create, but paradox is just conclusion. It has to be, this water drop has to behave that way in that model. It is not just it may behave or not, it has to behave that way. So this is inevitable consequence of that model.
Yeah, model-induced paradoxes, right? Yeah. Doesn't mean they have to exist in reality, because we all know
no.
Paradoxes can't exist in reality.
No, it is conditional. Yeah. It is logical consequence.
Yeah, it's a model-induced paradox, right? It's the model that induces this paradox. They don't exist in reality, but inject the model and then you find out there's a contradiction. There's this paradox that occurs.
A gravity-induced paradox.
Well, I think gravity's just vertical. They'll tell you, Plumb Bob. That's just vertical. Like, you can see that. That's a real thing. It's just a mistaken identity, because you assume it means something other than what it obviously just means. A Plumb Bob.
Reality, if we got 10 miles of people all holding hands stretched out to the limit where they can't stretch any further apart, we're all holding hands, kumbaya, and we're all standing right in front of a ladder. So in their reality, if we all simultaneously walk up the ladder, we'll lose connection. We won't be able to hold hands anymore because we'll be getting further apart from each other. Just by climbing a ladder, we'll be getting farther apart from each other in their reality.
We've got a guy in chat said, "Oh my God, they just said curves are impossible in stream."
We didn't say that.
No, I know. That's just a blatant lie, but I mean, that's what they have to do.
There might have been some context that was missing to that statement.
No, it's just a blatant lie. This is one of the trolls, the globe trolls in the chat. We've seemed to have picked one up tonight because he can't seem to understand the contradictions that his model generates.
He's never touched a water level. And by water level, I don't mean spirit level person in the chat. There's a difference. They don't put water in the bubble levels. I'm not watching chat, by the way. I just happened to be driving home now.
Watching chat, you still probably preemptively stop somebody in their tracks or what they were going to say.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, I think we've got.
I've been around a while.
Lost in their own delusions, making shit up. I guess most people that can see in the chat, they know what they're looking at. Delusional people will talk delusional stuff. Let it all out. Go on.
I think that Ajax is making a conclusion, but this is not conclusion. This is just pure non sequitur.
It's just like a globe bot. It's saying the usual stuff that the globe bot would quote. Just nonsensical stuff. It doesn't really mean anything. And lies. I don't know who said, lol, logic told him that curves can't exist. I mean, that's fucking ridiculous. But something made that dude write it. He must be listening to something else. I think you're posting in the wrong chat, mate. It's mental. But, you know, we've been used to this. It's like... it's Nathan Oakley like delusions, where people say one thing and they just repeat something completely different that nobody ever said. Is that you, Nathan?
Yeah, and he's repeating that we said. So he's very, very obsessed.
Yeah,
really.
I think it might be Nathan Oakley.
Who knows? Maybe.
It's good fun having people like that in. I mean, somebody sent you in, obviously, because the globe's struggling, right? You've got to make it look ridiculous. We're not flat earthers. But you'd be surprised at some of the stupid shit that globe guys have told me this week. I had to tell somebody earlier on, you're making the globe look ridiculous. You're the same, Ajax. Lying about what we said won't make the globe look any better. At least your globe. We know that our globe's fine. It's great.
That's only because yours is non-geometric, Bev.
Curves have changing rate of change of distance to a tangent. Doesn't sound very mathematical.
Yeah.
Sounds like a confused
That's a
person.
broken mind.
Yeah.
That's a broken mind.
Yes, Ajax has problem with logic because it is problem of comparing commensurable distances and not commensurable distances. That's the point where paradoxes are occurring. When you're trying to do that, it means that if you are trying to compare curve to straight line, you will land in paradox. And this quadratic formula from row bottom is based on straight line distance, because this mile is straight line distance. That's why it has to create paradox. Simple. People think, maybe some people think, that it is a distance on the surface of the sphere. No, it is not. You can look at Robotam's calculations. It is straight line distance, and drop is also straight line this, like a rise over room. And instead of hypotenuse, because you can create triangle, but instead of hypotenuse, you have curve. This is just it. So he just added curve to that as hypotenuse. But still, distance and drop is straight line. That's why I always laugh at Globers, because they really don't understand this formula. It is based on straight lines. So if he's measuring distance of something and he's squaring this distance, so in fact it should be for if you have 2 miles squared, you have 4 miles squares, but this is still straight line distance, this 4 mile, not curving distance. You will always land in paradox. It will not match anyway. So good luck with this formula. In reality, you cannot measure anything.
Ajax can't see the paradox, doesn't know how to react to it. So
yeah, of course,
he lashes out calling people flat earthers. That's usual, right, for the faithful of the dogmatic globe?
I don't know, because another jump to conclusion, because this paradox, for example, with this drop of water, this is not my paradox. I didn't create that paradox. And the guy who created that paradox wasn't flat earther. He lived over 2,000 years ago, allegedly. So, sorry.
Might have been classed as a flat earther, though, right? It's like Mormons. Can you sort of get somebody reclassified back in history as a flat earther? Don't know.
Who knows?
I guess these guys could. You could just point at them and call them a flat earther. That easy, isn't it?
As I remember from this book, the only one mentioned as flat earther was guy called Empedocles in ancient Greek. So that would be this one. But this is not the guy who created that paradox. So I would say that it was a Glober, maybe, or fake Glober, because as I said before, he created that model for those who worship gods. So
hey, can I address a question, Blue? Because he's in the chat. Quick question, Bev.
Blue, I don't know whether he's listening, but yeah.
Yeah, well, if he is, I'm sure he'll answer. If I'm on a flat Earth, put your flat Earth cap on, Blue. If I'm on a flat Earth, let's say Gleason map style, and doing like the arc of the parallel, let's say across a latitude, if I'm using let's say the 39th latitude as one side of my triangle, as that's one side of my triangle, and the other two, I measure off the distance, let's say like 80 miles. Am I going to have what you call spherical excess? Am I going to have more than 180 degrees if I use a latitude line as one side? In other words, I'm on the inside of that latitude with my other two lines. The left side of my line is the 39th latitude, like 80 miles, and the other two are lines inside of it. So am I going to have what you call spherical excess or more than 180 degrees in that triangle blue?
He won't. There's no way he can voice answer. You just have to wait for his message. Have you seen that argument there that Beddy made? He made that 6 months ago. You might want to take that. See how many people go along with that. He did it's like a perpendicular logic based around the fact that latitude and longitude are perpendicular.
Yes, and he is saying the paper claimed that an argument consists of two premises and a conclusion. Anyone who has studied a logic text will know that this claim is false. And
He's never heard of a syllogism.
Yeah, and he said on Blue Marble Science that it has to be no more, no less than two. He said that on Blue Marble Science, baby.
It's not that's a syllogism, right? Like he said, now changed it to argument. So again, a little bit of trickery. He changes the word, changes the argument from one thing to another. But I mean, an argument can consist of two premises and a conclusion. We call that a syllogism.
Yes, and we are talking about
specific name for an argument. So anyone who has studied logic will know that that is true. But you can there's many different forms of argument. You're not necessarily restricted to that, but that particular argument is called a syllogism.
Yes, and for example, modus ponens. It has antecedent consequent. You cannot say that there is no premise here because it is conditional. So you have to affirm this condition to have a conclusion to be true. So you can say that we have argument without premise even. But there are different forms, yes. So we are talking about syllogism. And this is two premises and conclusion, of course, in specific way, because you need to know, to specify your subject and predication in the first premise and second premise. You need to have the link between two premises and a link between first premise and conclusion. And then if it is ready, you can throw out second premise, which is middle term in syllogism, and you can go with conditional. So how it works. But I would say that syllogism is full argument, and modus ponens or tollens, it is, let's say, partial. This is when you can throw out middle term and you can create conditional, or it is just like between two premises. If one premise is the second premise is follow up to first premise, so you can create conditional. But I would say that really argument is a syllogism. It's classical form of argument. It is syllogism.
Blue Marble's really active. I don't know whether that's you, Paige, or whether that's J-Ro. J-Ro's been chatting to Blue all day today. He loves mathematics, Blue.
I'm gonna say good night to everybody.
Yeah.
Happy Friday. I'm going on a date. I'm going on a date with my wife.
Oh, well.
We'll see y'all later.
Yeah. Have a good one. Thanks, Rob.
Oh, I will. Good night.
Night. What time is it? Oh, man, look at the time.
Yeah.
Wow. It's a long one. Again.
Forgot about time, so
Yeah.
I am off to bed too. It's nearly 3 a.m.
Yeah. Let me get a Buster song.
Good night.
Oh, Rob's gone. See you later. Thank you very much, Paper. Let me get a new tune. Anyone got any requests?
I'd say play every chance you get. Play the one with George and Blue in the background. We understand, not necessarily now, but that's a
Sea
shout out to
level, or
Buster.
was that LIGO? Sea level. I think it might have been sea level. I need to do another one for Nathan Oakley. I need to do a Modus Tollens. Did I do a Modus Tollens?
I appreciate y'all having me.
No problem. Anytime. Free for all Friday. That's what this is all about. The more people that we can get in to talk about different things and the more communication we have, the better it'll be. I know Nathan Oakley's trying to cause division as much as he can. Trying his best. It might work, you know. But hey, not that fussed. Okay, anybody else got any final words? No? Okay, thank you very much. Have a good time, guys. We might be back over the weekend. I don't know. We will be back on Monday, and we will be going over Flatzoid's inability to understand anything about surveying. We'll try not and laugh, but, you know, I think people need to know. Okay, thank you very much. Been a good night. See you Monday. Assumption number one. A vertical is a straight line.
That's okay. Makes the same assumption. A vertical is a straight line.
Horizontal is perpendicular to it. Right, okay. Yeah. And horizontal is a plane.
In every case, horizontal is perpendicular to vertical. It's a really big ball. Okay. In every case.
And all perpendiculars to the horizontal plane will be parallel.
It's a really big ball to a horizontal plane, not to all horizontal planes. That's the problem.
No. All perpendiculars to a horizontal plane will be parallel.
It's a really big ball.
Yeah.
That would be true, but only one of those verticals is a plumb line. Okay, here we go. Bear with me for a second. I'll figure this out. Sea level is an arc. It's a really big ball. Mean sea level is an arc.
Mean sea level is a point. It's an average on a vertical. It can't be an arc.
Oh my God. Mean sea level. Mean sea level is established at a point, and it goes everywhere. And it goes everywhere. Then yes, horizontals would be parallel to each other, but not planar. I don't think you understand it. Parallel to each other, but not planar. Yes, you check it. How big is a cloud, Bev? Can you not imagine a sphere, a basketball? It's a really big ball. There's no hump. In space, Bev, yes, you check it. If you're at sea level, that is falling away from a horizontal It's falling away from you in every direction. You're standing on top of a ball. There's no
Water
hump.
levels don't fall away, though. We know how water flows.
Sure they do.
No, we
Sure
know
they do.
how water
Compared to a
flows.
horizontal, sure they do. And Rockia's Bridge proved, oh my God, 90 feet. You stand in the center of that bridge, either end of it is falling away from you by 90 feet. There's no
So
hump.
you're standing on the hump.
Oh my God. There's no hump.
But you just
Standing
said
on
that
top
it's
of a
falling
sphere.
away at either side.
There's no hump.
Of course
standing
you're on the
top.
hump.
Can you not imagine a sphere, a basketball?
With you standing at the top of the hump.
There's no hump. Any point on it. On the side of it.
You standing on the side of a
straight
ball.
I don't think you understand it. On a ball, Bev. Standing on the earth, Bev. It's a really big ball. On a ball, Bev, on the side of it. No, they'll always show it horizontally.
I know.
There's no need to show it. We know it's curved. There's no hump.
What?
It's a really big ball. There's no point in going to the trouble of drawing a curve that you can't even see, Bev. There's no
No,
hump.
it's horizontal.
It's a really big ball. Oh my God. No, it's curved, Bev.
No, there's no
In
curve
reality-
to a horizontal.
In reality, elevations are curved. Are you trying to say that you can have other lines that are perpendicular to that horizontal plane? I will say absolutely you can. Not a one of them meets the description of vertical.
Vertical is perpendicular to the horizontal.
No,
So
not
they
by the
would meet
definition.
that description.
No, Deb, not by the definition that vertical is a plumb line. Yes, you check it. I don't think you understand it. I know what you were doing, and it doesn't. I don't care what you were doing. I don't think you understand it. Absolutely, the two plumb lines tilt away from each other. It's a big ball. Yes, you check it. Well, let's think about that, Bill. Those plumb lines are always diverging. Always. It's irrefutable. Yeah, that's the way you do a chart. If horizontals are perpendicular to verticals, what do you think? I think I destroyed you is what I think. It's a really big ball.
There's no curvature in a horizontal blue.
Oh yeah, there it is. It shows the diverging verticals because of the measurement of the reciprocal zenith angles. It is as clear as day and it's irrefutable. That's the end of that story. Horizontals are not parallel. Verticals are not parallel. In reality, elevations are curved. Those verticals are not parallel. They cannot be. I'm not going along with it then. Nope.